took a full load.
Marco.
Yes, 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 and yes again.
Come on, Marco.
Let's go.
Happy Thanksgiving, goons, you fucking idiots. I'm ready to bury yourself, because once you're done burying yourself and you dig yourself into a hole that's so friggin' deep, I'm going to just show you how stupid you really are.
I love it. I love it. We're back. Another stream? Is somebody on a streaming kick? Is he okay? Is he feeling all right? Is it 2023 again? Is it 2021 again? Who is that? Always Marco, blessing the people, blessing the fans. What a generous gift. What a generous soul. Let's first of all make sure let's make sure everything is blessed. How about that? How we sounding? Let's listen to that. Is that always Marco? Sounds so good, you guys. I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate you, my babies, because new sound effects have been unlocked. Let's talk about some new sound effects. Let's talk about, we got a new Trump sound effect. Ready?
Little Marco, little Marco.
Little Marco, little Marco. That's a real clip from when Donald Trump was campaigning. I don't know if it was the first time or the most recent time. That's when he was campaigning, and he said, he was talking about Marco Rubio. And he said, little Marco, little Marco. Let's hear it again. Where is it? What is it?
Little Marco, little Marco.
So beautiful. I'm going to put the sound through the headphones. Uno momento, please. You advanced audio device. Test, test, test.
Little Marco, little Marco.
You guys can still hear that, right? Okay, great.
Little Marco, little Marco.
Turn that up a bit for me. Pon me headphones. Pon the replay.
Chocolate chip.
So we've got Biden saying chocolate chip. We've got Trump saying little Marco. We've got Netanyahu.
Wagwan.
What? We've got Kevin Conroy saying Wagwan. We've got Netanyahu.
Hey, Marco, don't do this.
Saying, hey, Marco, don't do this. You'd love to see that. There we go. Now I can hear my own audio. Absolutely sounds delicious, does it not? Absolutely wonderful. You guys can hear me good? We're good? Chat buttons are working? Wow. Could I mean, don't let me jinx it, but it looks like everything is working accordingly. It looks like everything is working the way it's supposed to. Also, we have another sound effect. Let's hit you with another one. Oh, yeah, this one's for you, Benjamin.
You better thank a union member.
You better thank a union member. We're getting every character in American politics to get involved with the Stream Deck and the sound effects, because I've also got another one. This is another American political character who has recently found their way onto the Stream Deck. And it's Hunter Biden with, finally, a John Smith sound effect. I was listening to the most recent Hunter Biden interview on Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, and he dropped this gem. Listen.
Yeah, John Smith, blah, 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 check mark. Yeah, John Smith, blah, 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 check mark.
John Smith, blah, 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 check mark.
Wagwan.
Wrong button. I mean, I think I added another one, too.
You better thank a union member.
No, that was it. 3 of them. Another Trump, another Kamala Harris, and a Hunter Biden John Smith. What more do you want from me? Oh, we're lagging. Stand by, it'll stabilize. I also forgot to make my Instagram story. So let's do roll call. Actually, let me talk about something, because I'm the best multitasker who ever lived. Let me talk about something while we get this Instagram story posted, to let people know that we're live, to let the millions of fans over on Instagram know that we're live, and also to get you guys settled in. Okay, first and foremost, you guys see the dono goal on the screen, right? I talked to our the Grand Wizard, as they say, of MLM, anti-MLM, Robert Fitzpatrick recently, and we're trying to plan a boys' weekend link-up somewhere in this United States of America, because that's, where he lives. And, this will be for the hotel or whatever associated costs or with that. But, bro, Robert Fitzpatrick, this guy, you cannot find a high-quality 4K in-person sit-down interview with this guy that isn't like spliced up for some documentary that he was part of, or something from CBC Marketplace in the early 2000s, or 60 Minutes in the 90s. This guy is due for a new batch of sick photos taken by yours truly, as well as a proper sit-down interview a la me and Doug Brooks 2023 in Washington, D.C., me and Julie Anderson a few weeks ago. But I really want to do it in style. I really want to get a good one with Robert in. It was 4 years. It's been 4 years since we did our first conversation on my channel. And that's one of my best videos. It's like a lot. It's got a lot of views. I think almost 100,000 views now. I could be mistaken on that. And yeah, there's been so many developments in the anti-MLM and MLM world since 2021 that I feel like we're due for another Robert Fitzpatrick conversation. So that will be good to do. I also want to bring your attention to the shirt, alwaysmarcomerch.com. Use the code GOONS. Shh. This is a stream exclusive. Not everybody knows about this. Sorry, I'm making an Instagram story. So yeah, do that right now. Do that right absolutely now. Everyone's favorite villains are back. I'm making a cheeky little caption for my Bomber Ross Clark Instagram story. You hate to see it. My haters hate to see me coming, and you know what? I love it. I love it. Here, post. Oh, oops. Post. Don't distract me right now. Don't distract me. Tex and Ming versus Marco. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I have to turn off the fire. Oh, not that fireplace. I have another fireplace. Yeah, we're in the mansion. I've got another fireplace over there. Let me turn off the fireplace really quick. I'm already sweating. Oh God, you love it when the Emperor sweats on stream. I love lawsuits. I really love lawsuits. They're an opportunity for me to prove a belief that I already have, which is that I'm always right and I always win.
Thanks, Marco.
So that's good. What's that?
Hey, Marco, don't do this.
Sorry, Netanyahu. I'm doing it.
Yeah, John Smith, blah, 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 check mark.
That's so fucking funny to me.
Little Marco.
I'm sorry. I'm having fun. When I have so many sound effects at this point that I'm like, all right. It's gotten a bit out of hand, hasn't it? It's getting a little bit silly, right? But that's all right. But that's okay, right? That's okay, right? Oh, he's clipping. Oh, when he doesn't have the limiter on the OBS. What if I turn it down way down? There. Shh. Listen. Blessing the people. They're getting a little bit silly, right? But that's all right. But that's okay, right? That's okay, right? They're getting a little bit silly, right? But that's all right. But that's okay, right? That's okay. Okay, it's good. And guess what? I just found out it's free to thumbs up the stream. It's free to click
Thumbs up the ting.
Thumbs up the ting.
I took a full load.
Why would you not? Thumbs up the ting? Okay, let me do some roll call. Because we're here for the long time and the good time. Devon Kelly. Oh my goodness. Devon Kelly was the first one in the chat. It's like you invented it. Benjamin. The next Andrew. Devon. I bet PD has a history with Stuart Hughes. But could be. We're talking, look at these names. Look at these names. You hear these names and you just go, it's like when they unveiled the cast of Avengers Doomsday and it was just the chairs and it's just going and it's like, Alan Cumming. Pedro Pascal. Oh, of course, Pedro Pascal. He's got to be in every movie. I poured a bowl of cereal this morning. Pedro Pascal was in it. I went to Starbucks. I went to the drive-thru at Starbucks. Pedro Pascal was making my drink. Devon Kelly. You hear these names and you just go, no way. Danny Boy, Grace. Great weekend to be moving house. So much Marco to listen to while building IKEA furniture. You've got to absolutely love it.
Little Marco.
Okay. John Sales. When you hear names like John Sales, you just go, right? That's about it. I was thinking there would be more members in the chat, but there's not. So if you want to support and join on YouTube memberships, You know, you can click the little icon there. It gets you access to the custom chat emojis. It gets you what does it get you? It gets you access to the new content early. As a matter of fact, the other day I released exclusively for the members and patrons a new. Damn, son, where'd you get this? Interview with Fidel for all the patrons and members.
Thanks, Marco.
You're so welcome. And yeah, it was filmed last year in March 2024 in Bangkok, Thailand. It was a top secret tune. You know, we're talking about I Am Academy, and I kind of sat on it because you never know, Wagwan. But now the company's dead. Oh, what's that, I Am Academy? You tried to rebrand last minute because you could smell the feds knocking at the door, and it was too late, and they sued you for being a $1.2 billion scam, and then you folded, and Chris Terry is nowhere to be found? Oh, shit!
What you are about to witness is real. The participants are not actors.
Oh, so I always win, is that it? Oh, so I'm always right when I said it was a scam? Oh, so I'm always right when I said it's a scam, and I always win because I'm here and you're not? Oh, question. Question for the chat. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. Matter of fact, I'm just going to do it verbally. I'm going to give you, it's a multiple choice. You have a 50-50 chance of getting this right. Who's getting sued by the FTC for being a $1.2 billion scam? Always Marco, option A, or Chris Terry, Alex Morton, and the other goons at I Am Academy. I'll give you a minute. Go ahead in the chat, and you guys can go ahead and guess. Is it A, always Marco? Is it B, Chris Terry, Alex Morton, Matt Rosa, Jason Brown, Isis De La Torre, a.k.a. Isis Terry, because they got married? Did I miss anyone? Who did I miss? Matthew Thayer. Did I miss anybody else? Let's see some answers in the chat. Oh, it's I Am Academy and those guys who are getting sued by the FTC? Oh! And where am I? Where's always Marco? In Thailand, in Lebanon, in Canada, in different countries, in space, I don't know, winning. Oh, Christopher Terry. All the goons in the prison, not the goons like my fans, but like all the actual thugs and goons in the prison shower closing in on him while he's trying to have a shower, and you just hear, oh, Christopher Terry from a distance. And then the curtains roll on it, you know? You don't want to be hearing a bunch of grown men chanting, "Oh, Christopher Terry," when you're in the prison shower for fraud. Oh, I love it. I'm always right and I always win. And all it took was 4 little years. Flew by like that. It flew by like absolutely like that. And I had 30,000 subscribers at the time, and now I have how many? 12 billion subscribers? There's not even 12 billion people on the planet. That means a bunch of people have 2 accounts or more. I don't know. I was at 30K, now I'm at 30, 60, 90, 120. Am I at 120? I don't even know. I'm at 112. I'm almost 4 times that. All right. So every year since 2021, yeah, I've doubled it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Humbug. Okay. Sweating. Let's relax a little bit. Michael K is in the chat. Michael K, the way I let the rifle spray, it's time to... Christopher Terry, it's time to pay. No, don't hurt yourself. Put the knife away. It's... Nice. You know? So we're here. We are here. And thumbs up the ting. Patrick Willis with devastating news in the chat says 62 people watching and only 27 likes. Spitting at you rudely. Whatever. Nobody's being forced to watch. What other YouTuber spits at his audience rudely because they didn't click like on the stream? You know? If that was me watching that, I'd be like, you know what? Respect. You know what? Okay. You know what? Fair. He knows what he's here for. Fair. You know what? Fair play. Fair play to him. Right? Fair play. Somebody's watching the stream. Their wife walks in. What are you watching, honey? She looks at the screen. It's me going rudely licking my fingers because I'm celebrating some victory or another. It's hard to explain, babe. This guy, yeah, it's tough to say, but he really does do a good thing for the world. It's like me with this backdrop and like speaking in Jamaican patois, licking fake barbecue sauce off of my fingers.
Thumbs up the king.
What else? Oh, yeah. Some people in the chat were talking about cowboy hat. It's been a minute since I had my cowboy hat. And the vibes are strong when I get my cowboy hat. Matter of fact, let me call my friend Connor, see if he still has it. I got to link up with him, get my cowboy hat. Let me call him right now. He has it. Let's see if he answers. He's not going to answer. He never answers. It's rare. It will actually be a treat if he answers. I'll send him a voice memo if anything. Right. All right. Look at this. Look what. Your call has been. Called forwarded to a thing. Call forward. I can't believe that. Okay, here. Let me send him a voice memo. Yo, I'm on my live stream right now. There's like 6,000 people watching, something like that. And they're asking about where my cowboy hat is. They want me to wear the cowboy hat again. And I forgot to grab it from you when we went for dinner the other night. So remind me to get that from you.
Michael K.
Peace.
Dropped a bag $16.69 pawn super chat. Thumbs up the thing.
Michael K., you absolute mad lad, you. Yes.
Work.
Oh, absolutely love that.
You better thank a union member.
She belongs to the streets.
Thank you, Michael K. Michael K. always makes a show of it. Always puts on an absolute bowl when he's in town, doesn't he? Let's move these two Kamala sound effects to earlier so they're more accessible. I have to like organize the pages of the Stream Deck buttons to like organize them by priority, Look at this one I haven't used in forever.
You're a victim.
So, but we'll organize it. It'll be fine. How about this one? I mean, so many classics. All right. So, as promised. Oh, yes, I was going to say this as well. Whomsoever follows in Michael K's footsteps, either by gifting memberships or by filling this donation goal, whoever does it, I'm going to figure out a way to, Michael K says, I wish I could pay you in Bitcoin. Brother, you've been saying that for 4 or 5 years, brother. If he wanted to, he would, ladies. If he wanted to pay you in Bitcoin, he would. Am I right? Anyways, any hero who rises from amongst the crowd of people in the village who wants to bring this nation back to its former glory, okay? Either by contributing massively to this dono goal or gifting memberships to the cult to strengthen the blood bond between us and to plant seeds for, cherry trees on the commune. I'm gonna go out of my way to find a way to contact you, and we're gonna get on a one-on-one call. Who's that?
Thanks, Marco. Let's indict the motherfucker. Let's indict.
A call worth literally billions of dollars.
Billions and billions.
They're lucky that meme, that trend that was happening a few years ago about would you rather have $500K or dinner with Jay-Z. They're lucky they didn't say $2 billion or dinner with Always Marco, because I would have been, they would have kept trying to give somebody $2 billion, and they'd be like, nope, dinner with Always Marco. I'd be doing so many dinners. That's all I'd be doing. Dinner, another dinner. I'd be like, they'd call me. I'd be like, it's like Make-A-Wish Foundation or whatever. I'm like, what? They didn't take the $2 billion? Another dinner? My God, what did I sign up for? In this hypothetical, I agreed to the Make-A-Wish Foundation that I'll do dinners with as many people as want it instead of the $2 billion.
Michael
and they just,
K dropped a bag $43.37 pawn super chat.
Bitcoin, we call it Bitcoin.
Bitcorn.
It's Bitcoin. It's such a great thing. You know, such a great thing. Remember when Trump said Bitcoin was a scam, and then he's like, I love Bitcoin. Hello, Bitcoiners. Thank you, Michael K. You're the GOAT. Scott and Peter. Scott Tex Johnson and Peter Mingles, a.k.a. Tex and Ming, a.k.a.
I took a full load.
And
Marco.
Mr.
Do you like me?
and Mr.
Fuck you, Marco. Fuck you, Marco. Fuck you, Marco.
have teamed up once again to do their radio show, Building Fortunes Radio, which isn't even on the actual radio. It's just they stream it on the internet and nobody listens. An audio-only HTML embedded podcast, which doesn't have any video feed, and it's also not on YouTube or Spotify or Apple Music or any of the major streaming platforms. We dig through the annals of the internet to find these episodes. This was posted on July 20th, so a couple of weeks ago. And it's called Building Fortunes Radio Listening Audience enjoys Scott Johnson and Peter Mingles on MLM scandals and MLM news. Now, if you're new to the show, let me fill you in on a little scoopy poo here. The only Building Fortunes Radio listening audience that there is us. Matter of fact, I should go put on my Losing Fortunes Radio shirt right now, because on alwaysmarcomerch.com we have the Losing Fortunes Radio shirt that you can purchase, and it's right here. And oh my absoluteness, it is gorgeous, is it not? Is it gorgeous or is it not? Hypothetical question, rhetorical question. So that's good. Now, fast forward to now, August 9th, right? They're actually doing a show tonight. Benjamin says the commune might see a few fish heads out of this because Michael K donated $43. I don't know about that. I mean, fish heads are expensive, Benjamin. I only get the best fish heads, so yeah. So let's check out what they have to say. Let me guess. This episode is going to start with the theme song, and then they're going to recap the entire history of Building Fortune. 2 hours and 5 minutes? Nah, this got to be the longest fucking episode they've ever done. There's no way. Is that even possible? Could it even be a thing that... I can't believe you've done this, Peter and Scott and Peter. Can't believe that. That's actually fucking crazy. I might have to 2x this. At least 1.5x. At least 1.5, right? Okay, well, let's 1.5x it, and it'll be good. We'll figure it out. I love streaming. I love chatting with you guys. Honestly, it's my favorite part of YouTube. Streaming live. Live streaming, as some call it. We're streaming live. They call it live streaming, right? I don't like editing. I don't like scripting. I don't like color correcting. And I don't like exporting new drafts and uploading it. And I'm also not crazy about making thumbnails, to be honest. I'm also not even crazy about making thumbnails. And I super don't enjoy the process where after you upload a video, you fill in the description and you check the monetization guidelines and make sure that, you know, you say, did you swear in this video? Yes, I did. Did you talk about drugs? No. Is there AI in this? No. Is there a paid product placement? No. What are the tags? Okay. I don't particularly even like that process. Do you want to put an end screen? Okay. I don't even like that. But this I like. Especially, you better thank a cult member, especially when the Brinks truck getting backed up into the house. When I hear the Brinks truck outside the window, when I hear that,
Billions and billions. Gotcha.
I love it. It makes me absolutely speechless. When I hear the,
We gave him the money. Boom.
when I hear the,
That you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
that's my favorite thing. That's what I really enjoy. So, you know, John says, I don't like MLM. So true. Lucy Toon says, so why are you a YouTuber? I mean, you know, it's an interesting way life goes, isn't it? I also don't like going to the gym, and yet I'm there all the fucking time. Why is that? I also don't even really like rice. And the amount of rice I eat, oh, fuck. You know, it was the Buddha or one of them motherfuckers that said, life is suffering. I don't know who said it, but when you're trying to be a superhero, you got to do shit you don't like to make the world better. I'm a YouTuber because I'm very blessed to be doing it. And if I'm going to be doing work I don't like, I might as well be doing it where I'm doing something that actually makes the world a better place and helps people and allows me to do it from anywhere. And I'm definitely grateful for it. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm saying like, oh, I would rather be doing any other thing. I wouldn't. I'm just saying it's a process. You know, you got to, if you don't, some people are blessed where they fall in love with the repetition of going to the gym and lifting heavy weight. They fall in love with the repetition of editing a new video. I just don't. I love talking to people. I love filming the videos. I love filming videos. But when it's like time to now put the SD card in the computer and, you know, import it and then edit, I don't like that, you know? I don't like going on Google, typing in the name of a image that I want to get, right-clicking the image, hitting download, dragging, you know, putting it into the folder that I'm going to save it into, then going into DaVinci Resolve, then opening the Finder and bringing it into the timeline and resizing it and putting it where I want it, and then doing the same thing 100 times. I don't particularly find that fun, but I do it. Thich Nhat Hanh, I don't think so. But I do it because we do it. We do it because I do it, and I do it so well. You know? So let's check out what Scott and Peter had to say about a few different topics, not just my Unicity video. By the way, if anybody has the scoop on Scott, I skimmed through a couple episodes and I didn't see or hear Scott talking at all about his appearance a few weeks ago. I guess it would be last month now at the Delaware Congress, not Congress, the Delaware, what's the shit called? You know, I did this stream, Big Pyramid is Desperate, and I did the other one, The Death of Big Pyramid, and this was about the bill. I forget the name. I forget the name of the bill. Oh, who's that? Is that always Marco there? Is that the guy you've been talking about? That's the guy. Oh, that's the guy you told me not to worry about, isn't it? Bill C motherfucking whatever. So, I didn't see any. I would have thought that he would have done multiple episodes talking about how great his speech was and how stupid everyone else was. But I didn't see that. So if anyone knows where I can find that, please do enlighten me. All right, let's check it out. Everyone's favorite theme song. Let's get it. Hold on. LOL. First of all, the microphone, the sound of the microphone getting bumped by something in the opening seconds here.
Welcome to Building Fortunes Radio. Make sure you check us out at buildingfortunesradio.com. Along with our marketing partners,
amazing.
We're here to help our PM marketing
absolutely
customers
something
build their
else
businesses and make the world
absolutely
a better place. At Building
wild.
Fortunes, we know how much your business means to you and the people important to you. So spread the word, tell a friend, join our newsletter, and go make a difference in your world. Now on to our show with your host, Peter Mingles.
Woo!
Hello, everyone. Peter Mingles here. You are listening to us on the Scott Johnson Radio Show on Building Fortunes Radio. My name is Peter Mingles. For those people that might be new.
Hold on. Did he just get his own last name wrong? Did he just call himself Peter Ringles? His name's Peter Mingles. My whole life has been a lie.
We've been running this radio show.
No, he's gonna do the intro. He's gonna do the backstory. Fuck! Look how inefficient this site is. I can't even like scrub because the player is so unoptimized and inelegant. Look, I'm zoomed in all the way, trying to like.
Hello, everyone. Peter Mingles here. You are listening to us on the Scott Johnson Radio Show on Building Fortunes Radio. My name is Peter Mingles. For those,
he says Peter Ringles. Am I tripping? He literally said Peter Ringles, and he got his own name wrong. Wow, we are truly in the end times. I knew these guys were unhinged and like out of touch and like there was something, you know, off mentally. But to be getting your own name wrong this deep in the game is crazy. Peter Wrinkles. And I mean, listen to this audio quality. My favorite is the one episode, if somebody can go dig this up off Facebook, there was one episode they did where for some reason the Building Fortunes Radio the satellite dish they use, or the Nokia cell tower from 1985 wasn't working for whatever reason. And so they did it on Facebook, and the audio was way better. The audio was 10 times better on their backup setup than it is on their main thing. Peter Pringles,
People that might be new and unfamiliar with my voice, we've been running this radio show since 2012. Scott Johnson.
Dude, I wasn't even born yet. 2012. Let's put on 1.5. These motherfuckers talk slow.
Came along. It's going to be, I think, 10 years in late August, early September, when he had a conversation with me on a conversation I had with Roger Van Blissingen. It was about the stuff.
Roger Van Blissingen mentioned. Hold on, I'm opening up the BFR bingo. You guys can follow along. Oh, Beyond, we have a problem. Beyond, what's happening? I just went to the BFR bingo and it's not working. Somebody contact Beyond, our resident goon tech developer. This is absolutely emergency. This is an emergent situation. Okay, I guess the BFR bingo is down. I probably should have checked that before we started, but I've always assumed that it would just be there. So I guess I was wrong about that. All right, let's check it out.
Going on in MLM when Herbalife was being attacked by the FTC. VEMA also was having their issues. We're going to circle back to that in a little bit during part of this radio show. But Roger Van Vlissen was a gentleman who really thought that MLM could not be done the right way, even though in theory it could. So it's just not possible. The people just won't be able to do it the right way. They're just all corrupt.
Thank you for the kind words. He's rebranding. So funny, Grace. Grace says Peter's rebranding by just changing one letter of his name is fucking hilarious. Sounds like it's recorded on a shoe. Shoes are all offended right now. John Reardon says, I don't like making divorce litigation documents because of IM Academy, but I love Marco because of his knowledge he gave me. Go and walk freely, John Reardon. Go into the future with the wisdom bestowed upon you by his grand knowledge. Always Marco. Always narco. Always Marco the narco. Mooch the goon the shyster, as Scott and Peter call me because I'm a scammer. Appreciate that. That does mean a lot for real life. Thank you.
And Scott joined us and said, there's something a lot of people are missing. And I said, what's that, Scott? He said, the tool scam associated with...
What's that, Scott? Talking like Christopher. What a beautiful day to just unveil your Christopher Walken impression. 10 years into your radio show. What's that, Scott? I told him Herbalife, the FTC, they're attacking Herbalife. It's a great company. It's a great company. And they're being attacked. They're being attacked wrongly. They're doing it right. They're doing it the right way.
Corrupt. And Scott joined us and said, there's something a lot of people are missing. And I said, what's that, Scott? He said,
oh my God,
the tool scam associated with MLM. And for those people unfamiliar with the tool scam, you'll hear about it as we get started. But that's where people might be making undisclosed profits on the books and the tapes and the functions. So we're both pro-MLM when done right, anti-MLM when done wrong. And today,
pro-MLM when done right, anti-MLM when done wrong. Make it make sense. I'll be waiting here.
We're going to do a radio show ourselves. Sometimes we have a guest, and we had a couple of really great guests.
I like when people run a company that is inherently fraudulent because it's based on a mathematically impossible endless chain of recruiting 5 people who recruit 5 people. I like it when it's done right. But when that exact same endless chain promise, which as we established is impossible, is done the right way, I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing. Who wouldn't?
Over the last couple of weeks. But today we're going to kind of catch up and we'll do some radio shows ourselves. But Scott's got a great website. He's going to tell you about that in a second. But if you go to building...
William Lee says a great question. Why is Scott defending MLMs even though he was being scammed by Amway for several years? There's a great Gordon Ramsay soundbite where he's like, you're in denial. That's why. He's absolutely in denial. And enough champagne to feel denial. That's what he's feeling. That's exactly what he's feeling.
fortunesradio.com, and then search for Scott Johnson. You'll be able to see the hundreds of radio shows that we've done before about MLM. So we're going to talk about a whole bunch of different things today as we go through the stuff that we are going through. And it is already the middle, if you will, of July. I can't believe it. And we're going to be coming up on our 10th anniversary radio show, I think, on Labor Day. So that's a month and a half or so on the way. But Scott Johnson, thanks for doing all the things you do in the MLM world.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Bro, no fucking way. Did he say the 25th or the 20th? Bro, who was going to tell me that Scott and Peter's Losing Fortunes radio anniversary almost perfectly lines up with the 6-year anniversary of GoonCon, which is my yearly celebration for being on YouTube? Who was going to tell me? Who was going to tell me that? We got to do something. We got to have a joint birthday party.
Thanks for having me. And this will be, like you mentioned, this will be kind of a catch-up week because we have had some great guests, but then of course we don't get to cover some of the goings on during the week in the MLM land. So yeah, and I'll get it out of the way right away. My place to find my information is my Facebook page. So if you go to facebook.com/Stop the Amway Tool Scam, all one word, Stop the Amway Tool Scam, you'll find 3 websites. You'll find the link to this radio show, my YouTube, some other videos, my 2022 input to the FTC.
Imagine that that somebody listening to this is actually a first-time listener, which, of course, the way they're presenting it is they always start every episode as though the person listening is a first-time listener. And to start an episode by first plugging all of your socials before you've even provided any value is such a crazy, like, ballsy and egotistical thing to do. Imagine Scott was on Joe Rogan, and Joe, the episode starts and the intro music is fading out, and Joe's like, "So man, what's on your mind?" And Scott immediately goes into it. Well, my Facebook is facebook.com/Stop the Amway Tool Scam. You haven't provided anyone any sort of value or interesting information or entertainment at all yet.
Which they still haven't really done much with. And the new administration coming in has kind of delayed them doing something.
Peter Shingles, so true.
Because the administration told all of the agencies, whatever you have in the kettle right now, don't serve it up until we give the go-ahead. And apparently they haven't given them the go-ahead yet. Of course, they've been busy with other things like wars and the big, beautiful bill and all those kinds of things. So I don't think this is a top priority, for the administration. But anyway, that's where you can find a whole bunch of information. A lot of the information that was mentioned on the show, when you hear someone say something, the first question in your mind should be, is that true? Is that accurate? And just listening to me or you don't know. And that's the beauty of these websites and so forth, is you can actually go and verify the things that we say. And you can find things like...
And you can find that they're so wrong. They're so wrong.
Interviews being given to a media outlet. So when I say, for example, Brighart, Brighat, in Salt Lake City, if you Google those terms, Brighart, Salt Lake City, you'll find an interview he did after he was kicked out of Amway in the early 2000s. And he was telling them, I made almost $1 million a year from Amway before I got kicked out. And I was making $8 to $10 million a year from the tools. And so if I just said that and say, hey, believe me, I wouldn't have any expectation of someone believing that. But again, if you go to that website, you can read it for yourself. You can see, it's not me producing the information. It's me saying, look what this guy said over here, to a organized legit outlet. And so, it's not something
that's not my Wi-Fi, by the way. That's just the quality of their show. It's built-in lag and audio skips built into the show. It's an amazing experience. And who will be the first Streamlabs donator on streamlabs.com/alwaysmarco, which is the pinned comment in the chat, and I just posted a link to it in the chat as well. Who's it going to be?
Made up, obviously. And by the way, there's several other examples of people who were kicked out of Amway years, different decades, different lines of sponsorship that say pretty much the same thing. Now, it varies between 2 and 10 generally.
Grace says, I've never actually paid attention to the story enough to know our boy RVB was anti-MLM. RVB stands for Roger Van Blissingen. Is he? I don't even know anything about Roger Van Blissingen. I've been involved in this beef for 5 years, and I don't even know it. That's so funny, too, is that even me, their arch nemesis, the literal boogeyman of their entire existence and their whole show, who they dedicate, they mention me at least every week, at least once every week. The fact that I don't even care enough. I almost feel bad. Like, the fact that I don't even care enough to, like, do the research to know some of the stuff they're talking about. It's like, okay, Jody Bear, Roger Van Blissingen. Who is it? It's gonna be me. Danielle Watson, you are an absolute sick one, you are. Thank you, Danielle. Appreciate you. I mean, look, I was listening to the song Colors of the Wind from Pocahontas earlier today because it just came to me. And I when I see the $5 donated by Danielle and I see the goal is $500, my brain goes into quick calculator math mode. And I think, so I would just need 100 people to do that and we'd be there. And with Danielle's $5 donation, you know what it represents? It represents a butterfly flapping its wings, and there's that first blade of grass that goes, and there's a little gust of wind. Now, when it's full, that's when we see the entire Colors of the Wind The chorus. The colors of the wind. You know, haven't even warmed up, but that's what that represents to me, you know? That's what that represents to me. So thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Danielle. I need the audio soundbite of Joe Biden saying inshallah from, I don't know why it's so hard for me to find it, but there's one thing, Joe Biden, inshallah. When's he going to show it? It was about Trump's tax returns. He's like, when's he going to show us? Inshallah? Yeah, here. I need to watch this. Oh, fuck me. There's going to be an advertisement, isn't there? Here, Joe Biden, inshallah. Joe Biden, inshallah.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something that...
Inshallah. That's so funny to me that he did that. Honestly, Joe Biden gets points for me from that. From me for that. Unplugged dropped $10 on Super Chat. Unplugged. Thank you. Super Unplugged. Thank you. MTV. What's the name of the band? Nirvana Unplugged. Thank you. Now we're playing word games. Marco's going to be sitting there jacking off to this episode. Peter getting owned by Glenn. Oh, beautiful. Danielle says that's beautiful, Marco. Thank you. Marco's going to be sitting there. Yeah, what episode is that? Pro scam, anti-scam, it just depends on the day, right? Early 2000s. That's a good 25 years ago. Who today still cares? Yeah, sorry, Scott Johnson. Nobody cares. Bad Dog says, this is great, just like old times. Warm summer Saturday night and Marco fighting with Scott, filleting Scott and Peter. Yeah. What up, Jerome? Jerome Datu. Is that you? Bars. Two Click Safety says, it feels nice to be able to say without getting sued. Let's get it out of the way now.
Shrekul donated 10 Canadian dollars. It's all about Resimdul IMCUM.
It's all about residual income.
Fuck yeah.
He's beginning to believe.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. We're getting there. Another flutter of wind. I was starting to perspire, and then I felt a gust of wind, and I was like, all right, we'll be okay. We stopped the sweat from actually breaking out completely. When they debated your speech at the conference. That was so inconclusive. They spent countless episodes talking about my speech at the conference. There was one of these Joe Biden, this guy's also great.
Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11. Today's same day. What happened 2001? Biden, wake.
So true. Absolutely so true. There's a Joe Biden. Oh my God, look, they're breaking it down. The Muslims are breaking it down. The problem with Joe Biden saying inshallah is you should not say this if you're not Muslim, you know? But there was one funny meme where he says inshallah and then it edits him and it's like they edit like him with a turban on and a beard and there's like Arabic music playing and they change his name. They like cross out Joseph Biden and they change it to Yusuf Biden. Is this it? Joe Biden converts to Islam.
I will make America great again.
Well, you can't do it. You cannot do it. You will destroy the nation.
Yes, we can.
How are you going to do it?
Under all law. Inshallah.
Was that real?
Just a number of two, then that's 2/3 of your income, right? If you make twice as much compared to Amway, that's 2/3 of your income. So just sitting there listening to this, if you tripled your income, would that change your lifestyle? Probably so. And so that's how significant even a small number like 2 is.
Talking about nothing. My friend Connor who has my cowboy hat says, yes, will do. When I said, remind me to get that from you next time we link up. So play your cards right this stream, goons, and perhaps on the next stream, why am I so low? And perhaps on the next stream, the cowboy hat will make its return after 2 bumbleclot years. Inshallah.
As a multiplier compared to your Amway profit. This was a player, I call it the top player scum. Most of the distributors, or IBOs they call them now in Amway, independent business owners, don't even know that this profit is being made, most of them. And a lot of them don't know it before, during, or after. And that's how difficult this situation is to get across. Now, the internet has helped. It's given more visibility to this issue, but there's not a whole lot of people talking about it. And that's another problem is I think a lot of people either don't recognize how important it is or they're just not very bright. I don't know. It's hard to get in somebody's mind. But just to review what the tool scam is, and the reason I call it a scam is because it's generally not known. When these high-level distributors are making their recordings or their major function or a minor function for that matter, all they talk about is Amway, and they never let on even
Amway, oi.
Any of the profit is made from the tools. Now, some of them talk about it occasionally, I would say rarely, but they generally do not quantify it. The only exception I have to that is I was listening to a cassette tape a while back, and
in 2025, we're listening to a man say, I was listening to a cassette tape a while back.
The late, great Bill Britt, and he actually said on this cassette tape that we make as much money from tools as we do from Amway. And that's the only person.
The late, great Bill Britt, still kissing the ass of the people responsible for scamming you directly or indirectly out of, what would he say was, $250,000 in 1990s US dollars, or $500,000, who fucking knows? And what, 12 years of his life, and missing out on seeing his sons grow up and shit, And he's still there. The late, great Bill Britt. Hey, he's dead. You literally gain nothing by flattering him at this point. He's dead.
I think actually...
Jello Impact says it's true. I didn't know how much they made from tools until I left Amway. Insane scam. So true.
I think Dexter Yeager, during the 60 Minutes interview, mentioned something along the lines of twice as much from the tools compared to Amway. And I think both of those are multiple times lower than...
By the way, I have an exclusive for you right now out of nowhere because I'm ADHD and I just remembered this. Devon, is it cool if I show this? This is something Devon made. And I've been wanting to do something like this for a long time. A custom design, limited edition merch drop. Devon, is it cool if I share the design that you created? Of course, it depended upon my genius, right? We know that. That's obvious. But I'm giving Devon credit because I'm so humble. Devon, is it cool if I show the people the new potential, the working Always Marco merch exclusive stream, exclusive new limited edition merch design? Is that cool? Let's see. She says yes. All right, let's see. Check it out. All right, here it is. There it is. That's it right there. So it is this. We haven't decided on like final colors or whatever yet, or whether it's going to be something that goes on the t-shirt in the middle of the shirt, like something like this. Like, we don't know if it's going to be like that, right? Like that. And we also don't know if it's going to be something like that, where it's like there, sort of like the one I'm wearing. But Devon did a great job with the design. At least I'm not in a pyramid scheme. I thought it was really, really, really well done. So shout out to Devon for this. I think this would look crispy on like a white t-shirt. I think this would be crispy, Of course, like I said, we can play around with the colors. We can make it transparent. We can make it all black on a white background. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about that. I was thinking of I want to do more custom merch drops with like limited editions. Like maybe I'll do 50 of them or something. Maybe I'll do 100 of them, something like that. And then, in a few months, there will be another new exclusive design, limited, limited edition. Like this is the one that I dropped when I only had 100K subscribers. And this is the one I dropped when I had 150. And this is the one I dropped when I had 12 billion. You get me? Devon says, gotta fix the legibility, but you see it. So let me know what you think about it. Big up, Devon. You are the GOAT. All right, bring it back.
In reality, because those are two tool scam company owners, right? These are the guys, the big dogs. Whereas Brig Hart was just one of many, downline in, I think it was downline. But anyway, other than those two very rare examples, and it's hard to find those things, you just don't hear it mentioned at all. And so that's definitely a challenge. And I told the FTC about this in 2006 when they were doing the business opportunity rule revision. And the only thing I got out of it was literally a footnote in the Federal Register. Right? The Federal Register is the document that when the FTC gets all their input, they do all their analysis, and they make their final decision on how they're going to sort of rewrite the rule book.
Also, another thing that's come to my mind, you guys remember I did a stream a little while ago about Patrick Ong, the Asian guy who has several videos like debunking me and my arguments. Where did he never respond to me? He made so many videos about me. And then 2 months ago, I did a stream called Meet Patrick Ong, and now I haven't seen shit from him. Yeah, he hasn't posted anything. And like, look, anti-MLM, always Marco, logical fallacies 101. Professional liars, logical fallacies of smooth talker, always Marco. World Financial Group, this is for you. Anti-MLM hate movement strikes again. Lies, mental anguish, manipulations by anti-MLM, how to correct anti-MLM fanatics. And it's me in the video again. Bro, this guy was obsessed. And then finally, and look, here's one from over a year ago with me in it again. Yeah, it's really crazy. So, I wonder what happened. He was being pretty consistent. And finally, I gave him the response that he presumably wanted, and no, I've not seen anything by it. See the newest comment on this. 3 weeks ago, somebody commented, how is that MLM business doing? He says, what do you think, Mr. and Mrs. Anti-MLMer? Wow, what a hostile way to respond to a question when you don't even know if the person is like, 5x5 doesn't work because blah, blah, blah. And then, let me guess, he's typing a novel. Oh my God. If your company is legit, you don't need to go to this level of effort to fucking, He's John Smithing right now. He's absolutely John Smithing.
Yeah, John Smith.
Oh my God. Benjamin in the chat. Benjamin. Let me see how. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, my. Honestly, man, I would hate me too if I was one of these people. Look at this, typing. If somebody typed some shit like this on one of my videos, I wouldn't even read it. I'd like see that they were disagreeing with me in the first couple whatever lines, and then I'd be like, I'm not reading all that. And then I would either just leave it, or I would just delete it and block them as to forsake the amount of time they spent typing it. Because I think that's funny. Yeah, what a crazy world we live in. Bro, all of my haters give up. I wish I had a hater who was like actually a good challenger. Everybody sucks. Everybody sucks at internet beef, and it's boring. I'm lonely. I wish people were better at beefing with me. Vince Goodrum literally made a video throwing in the towel and being like, all right, Marco, I give up. You win. And now, like, I'm happy to see Vince is still doing his thing. Like, look, 22 hours ago, he streamed, and he's just having fun. He's just having a good time. Like, look, let's see what he's into. 3 days ago, see, it's about bodybuilding. Good, that's beautiful. Here, let's see what he talked about 6 hours ago. Let's see.
A pretty quiet day. The reason why I was going to start it at 5:30, but...
He was having a quiet day, and he was going to start the stream at 5:30, but something came up. That's beautiful. Dominic Izzo. I mean, which Dominic Izzo do you want? Do you want the Dominic Izzo police show, Cop Talk Live? Do you want the fake Kung Fu Izzo Wing Chun channel? Do you want the Rants of Izzo show, which is on some like it's on like some, not a mainstream top channels for this search term. Always Marco. Always Marco is the third highest search term when you look up this guy. He's forever. Do you want Dominic Izzo, the Bull of MLM channel? Wait, where is it? There it is. Okay. Do you want Bull of MLM Network Marketing Warfare Dominic Izzo channel? Network marketing is collapsing, and no one is talking about this. Yeah, go. Yeah, keep making kung fu videos. Of all the channels he has, by the way, this is his worst performing one. Go figure. Nobody fucks with the message that he's putting out there. So yeah, let me think. There's the Rants of Izzo show, which is on like Spreely TV. It's not even on YouTube or Rumble. Spreely TV. Rants of Izzo. Let's see what he's doing on over there. Here we go. Spreely TV. Oh, deleted. Okay. How about this one? Spreaker. Here we go. February 14th. It looks like the last episode was. Is that true? Spreely TV. What the fuck is this website? I mean, how do I even navigate? There's not even a search bar here. Okay. So you have a lot of options. Spreely TV, Rants of Izzo show may or may not still be active. Dominic Izzo MLM, the Bull of Network Marketing Warfare, Cop Talk Live. You love to see that one. I mean, that one seems to be doing good. 11 hours ago, 7 days ago, 5 days ago. He's going crazy with it. But everybody sucks. Patrick Ong disappeared. There's the one guy who, Dale Calvert. Look, I just got a new comment 45 minutes ago. Collect Direct doesn't look like it's in operation 1 year later. Dale Calvert, we haven't heard from him. What's the other guy? Always Marco. What if I just search Always Marco Debunked? Will something come up? I don't know. There was one guy. It's so hard for me to find him because he's so he has so few views that I wouldn't even be able to find him again. But it was some guy in an orange shirt that I reacted to several months ago. I don't know. I don't know if he's still going at it. But yeah, man. It's really something special. It's really something. Is it this one? Oh no, this is Glenn. Is Glenn still posting? Nope, 5 months ago. Damn. It's a bit sad, isn't it? Marco is lonely at the top, so true. Vince gave up. I did a stream about this several months ago, actually, where Vince sent me an actual message and was like, you win, Marco. And he made a whole video, which I really respect. He made a video before he abandoned that channel where he was like, all right, Marco, you win. I've tried to do this again, and I've accepted I'm not going to make money, and it doesn't work. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that. Oh. So I was right.
Thanks, Marco.
So I'm always right and I always win. It's exhausting being right about everything, I heard it on cassette. Literally no one since 1977. So funny. Or 1997. Next he's gonna say is a carrier pigeon dropped off some MLM alpha to him last week. An actual bird told him. Yeah, when he says I heard it through a little birdie, he was actually like hallucinating and talking to a pigeon. He rewound the tape with a pencil. Dominic Izzo has a pyramid scheme of bad YouTube channels. Or pyramid scheme of YouTube channels. It's so funny. Ed209 says, as a longtime combat sports / MMA practitioner, it's totally on brand for a scammer to do some goofy martial art like Kung Fu instead of boxing or wrestling. Yeah, be a real man, Dominic. Go do some actual fighting. Go do some Muay Thai or some fucking jiu-jitsu or something, Let me bulk up a bit. You stop taking TRT for 3 months, and I bulk for 3 months, and then we do some sort of, fight, That would be fun. Just for fun. And we donate all the money to you, even if I win, because you need it. Because you need it more than me. I don't even remember what MLM Vince was part of. I do. It started with it was primarily an American company, let's just say. Chase Sanders, yep. Yeah.
It's not law, but it's sort of their perspective on things and how they intend to regulate their industry, whether it's the FTC or the FDA, whoever it is.
If we fill up the dono goal even just to $100, I'll do a cowboy hat stream.
I was literally a footnote. They said this guy made a comment that a bunch of money is being made on tools, and the footnote puts my name Johnson in the footnote, and that's it. There's no further discussion or anything. It's just kind of mind-blowing how little all of these so-called professionals get. It really is amazing. But just for those people who don't know what we're talking about with the tool scam, it's the upper-level distributors that make tons of money because what they do is they offer these meetings, these books, these recordings, these phone apps, these website access, these voicemail, all these different things for their downline to train and motivate them so they don't have to be there personally, to keep people up. And Dexter Yeager, as the story goes, we don't know for sure how accurate this is, but I think it's very believable that he lived in upstate New York and he had a group down in the Carolinas, and he would visit them, routinely. I don't know if it was once a week or once a month, but probably once a month or less. And he noticed, he got them all fired up when he was there. Excuse me. But by the time he came back, they were kind of down in the dumps. And so, as the story goes, he read some motivational book, and then he started making, and this is back in the day of reel-to-reel recordings, not even cassette tapes, and he would do that. He would make these recordings, give it to them, and he found out that it worked. It kept them up longer. And when he returned, they were in better, perspective. And I think what he realized is, I could probably make a little bit of money at this. And then he realized I could make a lot of money at this. And that's what he did. And as well as, people like Bill Britt, who's in his downline, but he started his own tool system. Ron Perrier with Worldwide Dream Builders. They call themselves Worldwide now. But they like the generic names because if you look up Worldwide online, you see a lot of worldwide things. But you have to really hunt and peck for the Worldwide Amway organization. And so they love to pick these generic names like Orrin Woodward did years ago. He originally had Team of Destiny, and then he shortened it to Team. Well, if you Google Team, you're not going to find Orrin Woodward. Now, he was kicked out in 2007, so it doesn't matter anymore. But, that's what they're doing now. They're trying to pick these really generic names. And it wouldn't be a tool scam if they talked about it. And can you imagine any other business that didn't want to talk about where most of the profit comes from? And, of course, the only reason they don't want to talk about it is if they told all their people, all their downline, they would just leave. I mean, the whole business would dry up almost overnight, and it would be nothing. And so Amway is on board with this, by the way. And if you go on my YouTube channel, and that link, like I mentioned, is on my Facebook page, I've got only one video there. The rest of them are audios. So the one video by Andy Andrews, and I won't go into the details of the story, but he talks on that video about how they make several times more from the tools than they do from Amway. Now, shortly after he said that, him and the other diamonds and above that were in that sort of a breakout group were terminated. So they're gone. And that was early 2000s as well. So, I have no idea all these things went on in the past. But Andy Andrew very clearly said that Amway told them specifically, wrote a letter to them saying that only the top 2% should make money from the tools, and the other 98% should not even know there's an opportunity available to make money from tools. So that's how entrenched this is. That's why, I say, yeah, the upline, they're the scam artists, but Amway is fully into this. They have fully bought into the whole thing. In fact, in the UK, and that's one of my 3 websites on my Facebook page, the UK regulator tried to kick Amway out of the UK back in 2006 timeframe, and Amway bent over backwards to satisfy their demands. And one of the requirements in the UK is that no profit can be made on tools, zero. You can recover the production costs, but you can't make any profit. So it's not like this is a new idea to Amway. And of course, the reason they bent over backwards was they didn't want to be kicked out of a first world country, because that could be one of many dominoes that would fall. That might attract attention that Amway did not want.
I love this picture of Peter. No, Ray share. I don't know why I find that one so funny. I also have a good one of him barbecuing, which is so funny to me. Where is it, Ming? Oh, I also have an anime version of him. That's a good one. I'm just putting up some stickers here on the chat, on the screen, just for funsies. I think it's cute. I don't know. I think Scott and Peter are like kind of sweet in a way too, Like obviously they're rude and obnoxious and they hate me, but like, I don't know, they are kind of sweet, right? They're sweet. They're good. They're good guys. I mean, they're not, but they're sweet still. They're sweetie pies. Where's the barbecuing one? Oh yeah, here. Here, barbecue. This is a really good picture. Oh, I love this one. Look at that. Look at his shoes. Look how cute those are. I love it. I love you guys. Scott and Peter, I know you're watching, or at least Scott is. Peter can't see because he has glaucoma. But yeah, thank you. Thank you guys. You guys are sweet. Where can I put this one? There's too much stuff on screen now. I'll put him over here somewhere. Yeah, I'll put him here. Put him here. I'll put him back here. Yeah, that's good. Him barbecuing. There we go. I like to be close to my heroes.
To spread. And so
I want to know where I can subscribe to Marco's newsletter. Always Marco. Oh, you mean join the Discord for totally free? Bad Dog says, gotta admit, I have a soft spot for these guys. Honestly, me too. I thought that was Chase Sanders. They're all the same. Oh, Ali says, for some reason, Logan Sanders sticks in my mind. The guy who was spouting false equivalencies during the Febby debate. Oh, Chase Sanders? Yeah. Was there one named Logan? That's hilarious.
They literally bent over backwards, and that's probably the biggest change. But there were several others. Another.
Oh yeah, and we have never mind. We also have the entire. Where is it, by the way? Nothing Burger. We have the entire Nothing Burger background with Scott and Peter. Like, this is totally... also, Devon made this, so shout out to Devon. This is also based on all of the inside jokes from their... I mean, this is where I should be listening to it, right? I should be here doing it. Oh, but here, hold on. It's not... I don't have it here in the... okay, here's what I need to do. OS screen capture. I need to put that into the Nothing Burger scene so that we have it there. Yeah, okay.
IBO cannot recruit another IBO until they sell, I think it's around $300 worth of products. Now, I believe...
I mean, how great is this? Look at all the jokes in here. Employee of the month. Can I highlight this? Like, okay, I'm trying to point. I'm pointing, like, over there on the counter here. You can see they have, like, the Nothing Burger thing. Peter Mingles as Wendy from Wendy's. Coming soon, the Sunken Play Place. Employee of the month, John Smith.
Yeah, John Smith.
Look at the menu. Sprite this down. Like, write this down. 7-Up line. Journey of the Coke instead of Journey of the Broke. IBOJ instead of just normal orange juice. It's not OJ. It's IBOJ. Coffee. You can get the Back to Brew, Scott. The classic Nothing Burger. Dave's Doublespeak. Betting on... Betting on Euro. If you're feeling the sandwich... You know, like the movie Betting on Zero. Chicken Fitzpatty, of course. Got to shout out Robert Fitzpatrick in there. Rack of retail ribs. Instead of lack of retail sales, rack of retail ribs. So good. The Dominic Glizzo, if you want a hot dog. The Tool Slam. Big bundle, big feast. The Balum Box. Very deep cut inside joke. The week after GoonCon, we have a holiday in the commune called Balumbak. Very deep cut. You can get the combo, of course. Got to get the bag, you know?
I got to get the bag.
5x5x5 value meal, you know? $5, 5 items, 5 something. Starter kit dinner box, you know? It's like a starter kit for an MLM, but food inside, like sort of like a, you know, Pampered Chef type situation. Build your own word salad, love that. New Hire and Fire sauce. That's so funny. It's like hot sauce. Because Peter hired and fired himself from Amway 3 times. Sides, Freedom Fries, Unread Bread, Scott's Tots, Peter Pringles, Crab Rangoon, Work From Home Fries, Shamrock Shake, Sunday Higdon, instead of Ray Higdon, Tiramisu, Onion Tings, FT Caesar Salad, and Recruitons. Oh my god, there's so many good references. It's insane. It's insane. Taproot Tuesday. Yeah. Come to Taproot Tuesday. Oh my fucking god, that's so funny. And then come in for a bite, BITE, right? Behavior, information, thought, emotion, like the cult. And then Peter and Scott in the background with the fucking trays, you know?
You know, because we've heard that from many IBOs on this program, Peter, over the years. I think they're doing... but that is a role, you know, that Amway accepted. In fact, it's interesting because starting last year in 2024, Amway...
Do you want lies with that? Exactly. That's so funny.
United States put in a sort of a similar rule in regards to retail sales for U.S. IBOs, but they also have to sell around $300 worth of products before they can recruit somebody. And we had someone on this program who was an IBO at that time, you know, within the last year.
It's correct, Mo. These are the same guys.
Year or so. And they said, oh, yeah, we cheat on that just like we cheat on that.
Dr. B just tied the 100 Canadian dollars to the cult. The biggest boss winking face. What's up, Marco?
The biggest boss! Rose!
God damn. It's all about residual income. Chocolate chip. So, baby, how good is that? Billions and billions. Let's indict the motherfucker.
I take responsibility.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. You better thank a union member.
We gave him the money. Boom.
Thank you, Dr. Motherfucking B.
Yeah, John Smith, blah, 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 check mark.
Blah, 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 check mark indeed. Cowboy hat earned. We got to get that. Thank you so much, Dr. B. You are a legend. Wow, thank you so much. Looking right at you. Bad Dog says, who made the background? Is Devon made it. What should I order as an entrepreneur for an MLM? Danny Boy says, no more bingo. I don't know what happened. We need to get in touch with Beyond. Let me message Beyond on Discord right now, actually. Bingo no worky. I'm gonna message him. See, this is what happens when I go to the bingo page. BFR here, me Beyond. Beyond BFR bingo is broken. Inshallah, he can fix it. Inshallah.
Monthly retail sales requirement in Amway, so it's just a little bit larger cheat than what they do every month for retail sales. So anyway, the tool scam that I mentioned is, in my mind, I'm not a lawyer, RICO fraud, right? It's racketeering. It's that law that was written in the early 1970s for the mafia. It's been used for a lot of other white collar crimes over the decades, and certainly I think that qualifies. And if it doesn't, it's at least business fraud, right? Because if you misrepresent the business model to somebody, then if it's in a business environment, to me, it's business fraud. It's pretty obvious to me. I don't know how you can argue otherwise. But the other big problem, because that problem, tool scam, is not universal amongst MLM. Some have it, some don't. Herbalife has one. I'm sure there's others. It's kind of hard to find because it's murky. You don't really see much about it for obvious reasons. But the other big problem is lack of retail sales. And just this past week, and I forward this to you, I haven't looked at it real closely yet, but this past week I've been in contact with a guy who's a pretty high-level person in an MLM called Unicity.
Oh, you don't say.
And, our friend Marco the Narco made a video a couple weeks ago about this company.
Always Marco mentioned. Always Marco.
Marco. Fuck you, Marco. Fuck you, Marco. Fuck you, Marco.
Thanks, Marco.
Little Marco.
Hey, Marco, don't do this.
Amazing that I have audio sound effects of like Trump and Netanyahu actually saying Marco, and then I have Dominic Izzo saying it, but specifically about me, not just another Marco. It's amazing.
Because when he was over in Thailand last year, this company was having a convention in Thailand.
Scott and Peter hacked the site. So funny. Okay, let's hear them recount the story of me going and infiltrating Unicity.
Thailand. They're an international company. They had their major convention in Thailand. And
somebody said, turn up the Stream Deck volume. I got you.
Since Marco was there, he thought it would be a great idea to kind of crash the party. And so he interviewed some people coming out, including this guy who forwarded me this income disclosure statement. And just in total, Marco fashion, he has no idea what he's talking about. He's making all kinds of statements that are false.
So true. So true.
And the document we have is that in Unicity, around 90% of the products are sold to customers. Now, I don't...
Bob Jones, that's another good one. Bob Jones, John Smith.
Outright believe that, nor do I disbelieve that. I say that's some information.
Okay, so I already have an idea of exactly who he's talking about. He's saying that somebody from Unicity sent him an income disclosure that shows that, what was it, more than 90%? Hold on, let me go back a little bit. 17, where are we at? 1759. Let's go back here.
He's making all kinds of statements that are false. And the document we have is that in Unicity, around 90% of the products are sold to customers. Now,
Okay. I already know, based on him saying this, or at least I have a pretty good guess, that the person who sent him this was Rav, because Rav is the one who made a document which I actually reacted to in a short / TikTok / reel on my socials and on my YouTube. It's this one right here. I'll show it to you. Damn, I've been posting a lot of content recently. Okay, here, it's this one. Let's check this out.
My former The craziest thing I've heard is that we make money on recruiting, guys. That is insane. Look at this 2024 report. 90% of our revenue comes from customers that don't receive any compensation.
Okay. So 90% of our revenue comes from customers that don't receive any compensation. Here, I'll read it to you in case you can't see it. The majority, 90%, of people who purchase Unicity products each month are loyal customers. They are not participating in the Unicity financial opportunity and do not receive any compensation from the company. Their motivation is simple. They value their health and believe Unicity products support their wellness goals. This group forms the foundation for Unicity's success. A strong customer base that purchases purely for personal benefit and not for profit validates our mission and drives sustainable growth. Now, I did a fuck ton of research for my Unicity video, and in none of the official documents that I reviewed regarding income disclosures or documents of any kind, I'm looking at the income disclosure right now. This little diagram with the 90% thing on it is nowhere to be found. And if I search in that folder the term 90%, there's not a single document that I have. I'm skimming through right now. There's not a single document that I have, not the policies and procedures, not the income disclosure, nothing that even includes the number 90%. So what I say in this clip here is that you should take this with a grain of salt because it's their own company that's publishing this. But even more than that, and I'm pretty sure somebody said it in a comment here, here, the download got it perfectly. The download says, 90% of our revenue comes from customers that don't receive compensation. This sounds good on the surface, but it can be extremely misleading. This sounds like it was written by ChatGPT, but even still. MLM companies often define customers to include distributors who are not currently earning commissions. This is correct. So when they say 90% of revenue comes from customers, they actually mean distributors who buy products, but they don't hit a rank or qualify for any bonuses. So AKA, they are a distributor, but it's just internal consumption. They just don't count. And here's a tricky way that they do it. And Unicity, from my research, does this as well. Unicity has an entire glossary of terms and definitions in their policies and procedures, which I did I wrote like a few thousand words in the original script for this video that I left out because it was already almost an hour long. But they have a whole glossary of terms where they define things like distributor, active distributor, customer, preferred customer. All of these things have their own unique definition. And it was extremely confusing because as I was trying to understand it, it seemed like some of these things overlapped, where you could be considered, depending on the situation, a distributor, a customer, both and neither. It was mind-boggling to try to wrap your mind around because there were... I'll see if I can give you an example, but let me finish reading this comment here. Or it's people who join for the discount but aren't building the business. In FTC versus Herbalife, the FTC claimed that internal consumption alone does not legitimize an MLM, especially when incentives are tied to recruitment rather than product demand. Argument: just because a distributor isn't earning money doesn't make them a retail customer. Yes, true. If a large portion of sales comes from people inside the system, even if they don't receive checks, it doesn't prove there is genuine external customer demand. That makes it a closed loop economy, not a real business. Absolutely bars. And then they also comment, we're rewarded for getting customers not recruiting. Examine the compensation plan. If people earn bonuses, significant bonuses, for enrolling new members, hitting new ranks based on team volume, or purchasing override commissions based on downline purchases, then the incentives are clearly recruitment focused, even if technically framed around product volume. All of those things apply to Unicity. Often the fastest way to earn money isn't to sell to customers, it's to recruit new people who then buy product to stay active or qualified. Also true in the case of Unicity. Argument: if the structure of the business rewards building a team far more than it rewards simply selling products to outside customers, it's a de facto pyramid scheme, even if the company doesn't call it that. I agree with that. Rav is a clown and a bitch. Totally agreed. Bad dog. Now, let me see if I can pull up that document to show you. Let me find it here. Movies, Unicity official docs, policies and procedures. Okay, let's go to their policies and procedures, and we can go to the definitions. Here we go. Now, this is going to be a little bit difficult, but I think we can do it. Let me full screen this. All right. Now, in OBS, I'm going to go to screen capture, and we're going to change the screen capture source to the application is going to be Finder, I believe. No, Preview. Yes. Yes. Okay. All right. So we can see this, right? We're here. We're looking at the Unicity Policies and Procedures Handbook, Canada 2020. Okay. If we go into Command F and I type customer, simple word, right? Okay. We can go to the definitions section of the guide and we'll find it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. This is page 1 of the section 1 definitions. The following definitions may be used in the contract. In addition, other definitions. Okay. Here we go. A customer is an end consumer who purchases Unicity products either directly from a distributor or through Unicity. Customers include, but are not limited to, those participating in the member, preferred customer, or retail customer programs. Customers do not participate in the compensation plan and are not entitled to the benefits of being a distributor. Okay, so, and then here they have a further clarification. Customers are not distributors. Any person who has obtained a distributorship through any authorized or unauthorized means or has acted or represented themselves to be a distributor or beneficiary of a distributorship and thereby obtained any beneficial interest, blah, 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 legalese of a beneficial interest in a Unicity distributorship is a distributor and is bound by the duties and obligations of the contract. Okay, so already you might be going, how do they define what is a... So they have a distributor program, they have a member program, preferred customer program, retail customer program. Got it. Okay. What's a distributor? A distributor is an independent contractor who has signed up. Oh, fuck. You guys aren't even seeing this. Fuck. Somebody should have told me. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Distributor. An independent contractor who has signed up and completed the official Unicity Independent Distributorship Agreement, which has been accepted by Unicity and whose relationship is not otherwise terminated. A distributor is given a license to distribute Unicity products through a Unicity distributorship. I did include that blurb in the video as a way of debunking the claim that they are independent business owners. I made it very clear. You don't own it. You are a licensed third-party contractor. You're a licensed distributor. They may also be referred to in common terms such as associate, independent business owner, IBO, or the like. So they admit here that despite potentially referring to people as independent business owners, they are simply given a license to distribute Unicity products. Likewise, a distributor may be referred to by the name of the rank that the distributor has achieved in the comp plan, such as associate, manager, director, presidential diamond, etc. Okay? So if we keep going, let's keep going through here. Customer. Okay. So personal volume. This is how you increase your PV, and your downline has to get PV so that you can increase your TV and your OV and your GV and whatever else. The sum of volume or points for product purchases by a distributor for personal use or for the primary purpose of resale to customers or by a distributor's customers directly from Unicity during a volume month. So already it gets murky because these are the purchases. The personal volume is the purchases made by a distributor, either for personal use or for the purpose of reselling to customers. I brought up this point in the video where I said, how would you know? How would Unicity know whether you, the distributor, consumed it or whether they actually sold it to a real, genuine customer who was not themselves a distributor? Well, based on this, they're, in my opinion, admitting that they wouldn't know. They're saying personal volume is points or volume for product purchases made by a distributor for either personal use or for reselling to customers. So to me, what this means is, the way I understand this is, Unicity is taking the stance that once a distributor buys the product from us and they earn the PV, the points for it, $1 equals however many points, they can do whatever they want with it. They either can be the end consumer who eats it, literally, they drink the powder, or they resell it to someone. How would we know? They've already purchased it from us. We don't care. Well, this is confusing because if we just simply go back to the part that says what a customer is, go back. I mean, goodness, Look at all this. Look at all this jargon. Nobody in the company reads this. Nobody reads these. Uh-huh. Come on, come on. I mean, look how many. Oh my God, look at all this. Look how many times the word customer shows up. This is insane. Where even is it now? Definitions. Here we go, for fuck's sakes. Okay. Remember, the definition of a customer that they say in their own guide says an end consumer who purchases Unicity products either directly from a distributor or through Unicity. So then wouldn't that mean that a distributor who purchases the products, their monthly order or whatever, wouldn't that mean that a distributor who purchased the products each month in order to increase their PV would count as a customer? They say later on that a distributor, or that personal volume, is when a distributor buys something either for their own consumption or to resell to a customer. Okay, but then they also say that a customer is someone who is buying either directly from a distributor or through Unicity. So I guess you would have to surmise here that they're only referring to customers as people who are not distributors buying from a distributor or through Unicity, as they clarify later by saying customers are not distributors. But you can see already how this is confusing, right? And it gets worse. Like, if you actually spent the time to read through this, and I did a whole, I uploaded this entire document to ChatGPT, trying to get its, trying to scan it and analyze the language to see if I was missing something. And I don't know if this is going to make my computer explode if I pull it up. But let me pull it up, and we'll see if I can show you this as well. Unicity here. Okay. I have a long thread here with ChatGPT. Okay. Customer. Okay. 98 times the word customer appears during my discussion with ChatGPT. Okay. So I literally prompt ChatGPT and I say, here we go. You're getting a little background glimpse into my process here. Let me change the source so that you can actually see Google Chrome. Here we go. All right, here we go. So here I say, I upload the policies and procedures to ChatGPT and I say, here's another document. Is there a contradiction between what Unicity describes as a customer and a distributor? There is a part that says a distributor is not and may not act as a customer. Doesn't this create a paradox whereby distributors are both violating and not violating the policy at the same time, since they themselves are required to make monthly purchase orders? And ChatGPT says, yes, there is a logical paradox in how Unicity defines a customer versus a distributor. The policy says, and they're quoting directly from the document that I uploaded directly to the ChatGPT, which again was directly downloaded from Unicity's site. I didn't fabricate this. It's not an unverified third-party resource. It's from their website. They say a distributor is not and may not act as a customer. A customer is defined as an end consumer, either a preferred customer or retail customer. The contradiction is that distributors must buy products to qualify for commissions. To be active and eligible for commissions, you must have 100 PV per month, which means buying product yourself. The income disclosure states that distributors purchase around $140 a month in order to qualify. But distributors are not allowed to act as customers. If distributors are not customers, yet they must purchase products, this creates a logical contradiction. It means they are both violating and not violating the policy at the same time. Why is this a red flag? It allows Unicity to claim we have real customers while actually relying on distributor purchases. And this speaks exactly to what Scott Johnson is talking about on this episode here, as well as what Rav is trying to claim in that video that I already debunked in the YouTube short that I showed you, where he's saying, oh, we have 90% of our revenue is from customers. Well, they argue the distributors aren't customers, yet they're forced to buy products. Now, this is strategic because it avoids the regulatory scrutiny for being a pyramid scheme. If most purchases come from internal distributors, it could be ruled an illegal pyramid scheme. So by separating distributors from customers and having your own definitions of what these words mean, Unicity can claim its sales come from real consumers, even if those consumers are just rebranded distributors. So you see the way the language deception is key to this claim that 90% of their revenue comes from customers. You just create your own definition for what a customer is and your own definition for what a distributor is, which in my opinion is probably not commensurate with the average person's understanding of what those words mean. If I join Unicity, or if I'm being prospected to join Unicity and they start throwing around the word customer, my layperson understanding of the word customer, without having read their internal policies and procedures and knowing how they define it, would be someone who's not involved with it, who is buying the product because they actually like it and they want to consume it. But in their documents, they give it a new definition. So, the robot clocked it, and it's bullshit. ChatGPT concludes, it puts distributors in a lose-lose situation. If they don't buy products, they lose eligibility for commissions. If they do buy products, they technically violate company policy by behaving like a customer. Conclusion, it's an MLM loophole to appear legal. This contradiction makes Unicity's business model look more deceptive. Distributors are functionally their own biggest customers. Unicity avoids calling them customers to evade pyramid scheme accusations, and the rules set up a paradox where distributors must break a policy just to remain eligible for earnings. Would you like an infographic illustrating this contradiction? I said, yes. Now, this isn't very good, and you can't even read the text because it's not good at creating text, but yeah. Now, I asked ChatGPT again. I prompted even further. By the way, this is months old. I say, give me the specifics of what Unicity determines to be a customer and any variations of the term. I was very thorough with this. A general definition of a customer. Customers and consumers, this is exactly what we read. Customers do not participate in the comp plan and they're not entitled to earn distributor benefits. Variations, they have a retail customer, they have a preferred customer, and here's some key contradictions, which is basically the same thing as it explained before. I think there was perhaps some more customer. Let me go through a little bit and see. Okay. Okay, so I then say something to ChatGPT where after a discussion about we had a little discussion about the term wholesale versus retail, and so here's what we discussed. I said, oh fuck, how do I go back? Let me see. Okay. I say, on top of the facts you pointed out, I think it could be argued that these Unicity distributors, who are effectively customers, are not even really genuine customers. This is because they are mandated to buy products each month in order to stay active in the business opportunity. Thus, it is unclear whether their motivation to buy products every month is motivated by a true market demand for a product they enjoy or a means to an end for achieving financial success. What do you think? Now, I have to talk about this with ChatGPT because there are scarcely any humans that even understand MLM deep enough to even have this conversation with. So ChatGPT says, I completely agree. This is a critical distinction that further undermines Unicity's claim that their distributors are genuine customers. Why distributors are not truly real customers? Well, because a real customer buys a product because they genuinely want or need it based on free market demand. There's no catch. There's no strings attached. There's no, if you buy this, we'll give you this. There's no lottery system. There's no incentive for them aside from their genuine desire for it. Unicity distributors, however, are required to purchase the products monthly to remain eligible for commissions. We've established this. This means their purchases are incentivized by a financial opportunity, not by consumer demand. And this is really the real problem. In the case of, what was the FTC case that they sued the company and they lost? I don't know why it's escaping me right now. It was a huge deal. Devon, are you in the chat? What's the name of the company that they... Anyways, the judge in that case said people who buy the products aren't necessarily being swindled because they got a product they value. Likewise, when we go to the grocery store and we get things we love or get products that we want, we wouldn't say that you lost money by going to the grocery store because there was an equal exchange of value. It clearly was either ignored or not argued, and I haven't looked over the case documents, so I'm giving I'm being lenient towards the FTC here when I say this, but it would seem that either the judge ignored or didn't comprehend, or the FTC didn't submit an explanation that would say, actually, these people aren't like customers at a grocery store shopping for groceries because they want it. They're financially incentivized because of the financial promise. And this is what ChatGPT identifies. They say, their purchases are incentivized by financial opportunity, not consumer demand. Many distributors likely wouldn't buy Unicity products if they weren't chasing the business opportunity. Their purchases are not based on organic demand, but rather a forced requirement to stay active. This is true. And if you're not active, I wouldn't be surprised if they just simply say, oh, you weren't active this month, so all your purchases, you just count as a customer this month because you didn't buy enough you didn't get enough PV to be considered active. Voila, 90% of our revenue comes from customers. What up, the down low? Ali says, I just saw Unicity's rank structure and it makes no sense, but it seems highly unstable, like it could collapse at any moment. And that's the key. They all could. They all could collapse at any moment. How does a robot get it, but humans don't, right? It wasn't Herbalife, no. Here it says, it distorts the company's revenue model. Normally, a company's sales should come primarily from outside customers. In Unicity, a huge portion of sales comes from distributors who are buying, just to stay in the system, making them unwilling or artificial customers. This is a known pyramid scheme tactic. Uh-oh, don't sue me. It was ChatGPT that said it, not me. I didn't write this. One of the key signs of a pyramid scheme is when participants and not external consumers are the company's primary source of revenue. If Unicity removed the mandatory purchases, how many distributors would still buy products? The answer to that reveals whether there is true market demand. And of course, it's almost impossible to know that because, as I say in the video, even if we could sit down every single Unicity distributor and ask them, do you have a genuine demand for this product? Well, they've all been brainwashed into believing that this is a magical product that's saving people's lives and it's not just Metamucil. So they would all say yes. And also, we can't even trust their word if they say yes because they're financially incentivized to say yes. So, we just have to look at the numbers and look at the structure and look at the claims that are made by the distributors, which I think I documented pretty well on Instagram and in my YouTube video, where they're clearly talking about driving Lamborghinis, even the CEO driving Lamborghinis. The focus is to build leaders, not to sell product. People in this office making 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, and so on and so on. The question that exposes the issue, if there was no commission-based opportunity, would these people still buy the products every month? If the answer is no, then the business is not truly selling products to genuine customers. It's using the products as a way to extract money from participants who are chasing the opportunity. This is exactly why many MLMs collapse once recruitment slows, because the product purchases were never driven by true demand, but by distributors trying to stay qualified for earnings. So now I dig deeper. I send another document, Policies and Procedures 2020, and I say, please analyze this document and tell me if you can spot any incongruities between it and the other documents I have shared with you so far. And of course, it does. Yes, I found some contradictions between this document and other documents. Here's some key inconsistencies. On one hand, in the Policies and Procedures, they say, the Policies and Procedures document states that no product purchase is required to become a distributor. However, the income disclosure statement suggests that you have to buy $140 worth of product a month. This creates a contradiction where distributors are officially not required to buy products, but in practice, it's de facto mandatory to make monthly purchases to remain eligible for commissions. So I guess technically, yeah, you don't have to pay to become a distributor, but once you are a distributor, if you want to be considered an active distributor, you have to pay each month. So this seems to me to be a very simple and obvious technicality loophole. Wholesale versus retail pricing confusion. I mean, look at all this. Okay, now, let me see, what else did I ask? Okay, I'm so thorough. I'm so fucking thorough. I mean, look how small the scroll, are you able to see this if I move my head? Look how small the scroll, thing is. I literally have so much time spent talking to ChatGPT about Unicity. All right. Here, then I say, I also noticed there is a stipulation buried on page 15 of the policies and procedures. Like when I tell you I read every page of this shit, I read every page of this. There's a stipulation on page 15 that says distributors are agreeing when they make a new monthly product order that they've sold a minimum of 70% of their previous month's order. As far as I can tell, there is no way to verify this, and it could very well simply be a smokescreen put in place so that Unicity can say they are a company dependent primarily on product sales to end consumers to the best of their knowledge. What do you think? ChatGPT says, you've spotted another major red flag in Unicity's business model. The 70% rule, I went over this in the video, so I don't need to explain it here. But basically, they have this convenient specification where they say you agree that you're selling 70% of what you purchased last month, selling or consuming it before you buy more, but there's no way to verify it. Okay. Then I say, let's move on a little bit. Okay, here. This is really good. I upload a New Zealand compensation plan and another version of the compensation plan. I had a Canada one, a US one, and a New Zealand one, and also a Japan one. I said, here are 2 more Unicity compensation plan documents. These documents add to my confusion because the income disclosure statement says there are 2 ways to earn money as a Unicity distributor, but these documents list 8 and 9 different ways, respectively. Please help me sort this out. I'm sure they are all referring to the same company because the logo is the same. Are these documents from different countries, different years? So they explain it could come down to the different countries. The income disclosure statement might be downplaying recruitment-based income, and I think there was also something about bonuses. Yeah, the compensation plan reveals the biggest earnings come from downline bonuses and recruitment-based overrides. Legal and marketing strategy. The income disclosure statement is a public-facing document, likely reviewed for legal compliance to avoid pyramid scheme accusations, whereas the compensation plans are more detailed internal documents used for distributors who need to understand rank qualifications and bonuses. And I agree with this because the income disclosure statement was like a very short 2-page document, whereas the, whatchamacallit, policies and procedures, Unicity official, was how many pages? Let's see. More than 30 pages. So, okay, let me see what else I asked here. This was, I uploaded also the marketing strategies guide and their sharing social stories guide. And I point out some of the weasel words in there. That was ChatGPT also correctly identified them and sent me a lot of explanation about how they're not making legitimate health claims. Now, fast forwarding a bit, search the word pyramid in my discussion here with chat. Now, this is early on in my conversation with ChatGPT, very early on, about Unicity. I said, does this look like a pyramid scheme? And ChatGPT says, it has strong pyramid-like elements, but whether it qualifies as an illegal pyramid scheme depends on how much focus is placed on recruiting versus product sales. Let's break it down. Gives an overview. This is before I gave it all of the documents. So, final verdict, MLM with pyramid-like qualities. It's not a pure pyramid scheme because retail sales exist, but it heavily incentivizes recruitment, making it resemble a product-based pyramid scheme. Would I call it a scam? If most people in Unicity lose money or break even, it's pyramid-like and exploitative. If the majority of income is from recruitment commissions rather than product sales, then it's more of a pyramid scheme than a legit business. Checking average earnings disclosures would confirm this. Typically in MLMs, only the top 1% make real money, while the rest struggle. Would you like me to find public data on Unicity distributor earnings? I say, no worries, here's the income disclosure. And they say, most distributors make almost nothing. 57% of them in 2023 are only 57% earned commissions. That means 43% made nothing, and half of those who earned anything made only more than $220 in the entire year. This translates to less than $19 a month, not a livable income. The majority lose money. Only 10% of earners made over $5,000 for the whole year. The top 1% make big money, everyone else doesn't. Does this resemble a scam? Well, they say it might be legal. There's a real product and retail sales are possible, and it does not pay people directly for recruiting, but it resembles a scam because the majority of distributors lose money due to monthly purchase requirements. Income is concentrated at the top 1% and incentivizes recruitment, hallmark of pyramid schemes, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go a little bit further, and after countless back and forths with ChatGPT, sending documents, discussing it, asking it to clarify, different reasonings and whatever. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going back. I got to find the exact moment where ChatGPT Okay. Here, I chose the option on ChatGPT where I said, think for longer, like reason for longer or whatever. I said, based on all that we have seen and discussed about Unicity, where would you rank your confidence that it is an illegal pyramid scheme? Chat says, based on our analysis of Unicity's documents, compensation plan, income disclosure, and marketing materials, mind you, I didn't even send it any of like the videos or describe any of the videos with the claims made by their distributors. So this is all just from official documents. Based on the documents, comp plan, income disclosure, marketing materials, and the Competition Bureau's guidelines, it appears that Unicity's model has several characteristics that strongly resemble those of an illegal pyramid scheme. These include mandatory monthly orders with a markup, emphasis on recruitment, internal revenue generation. While I cannot provide a definitive legal judgment, only a formal investigation by regulators can do that. Based on the evidence and the guidelines provided by the Competition Bureau, I would say there is a moderate to high confidence, roughly in the 75% to 80% range, that Unicity's operating model aligns closely with what is described as an illegal pyramid scheme. And then they offer a disclaimer. This is an inference based on available materials in our discussion. There would need to be a formal discussion, blah, 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 blah. Keep in mind, I didn't even include any of the deceptive information, like posts that are made with by their distributors. So then they say, based on everything we've reviewed, the compensation plans, income disclosure, internal policies, and especially the structure of earnings tied to mandatory monthly orders by recruits, it's hard to come to any other conclusion. Here's why it checks all the red flags of a classic pyramid scheme, especially in light of Canada's Competition Act. So I also gave ChatGPT the link to Canada's Canadian Competition Bureau. That's like our version of the FTC. I told ChatGPT to read what it says an illegal pyramid scheme is, Section 55.1 of the Competition Act, and they say, key violations suggesting pyramid structure, again, mandatory monthly purchases, inventory loading, recruitment over retail, profit derives from recruits, not customers. Conclusion. There's no evidence that Unicity pays commissions primarily on external, genuine retail sales. Instead, the profits seem to depend on continual purchasing by the downline, required for rank maintenance and advancement, exactly what the law prohibits. So, yes, by legal definitions in Canada, and even by the FTC standards in the US, Unicity appears to be operating as a pyramid scheme. Let me know if you want help summarizing this into a report or infographic, or building a YouTube segment around it. So, I mean, that was a long-winded tangent going off from what Scott Johnson was talking about, where he said he was in contact with some high-ranking Unicity official, and they sent him proof that 90% of people, or 90% of Unicity's revenue is from genuine customers. Well, Scott Johnson, you were in Amway. You know better than anybody, supposedly, how Amway and MLMs can fudge the numbers and make things look better than they are. And yet, when it comes to debunking always stupid Marco, the narco, the shyster, Mooch the goon, you're happy to believe a JPEG that says the number of 90% from somebody in Unicity because it's against me, of course.
Outright believe that, nor do I disbelieve that. I say that's some information, and I'm willing to dig into the details, talk to some both current and former distributors and customers of Unicity, and see if that's accurate. Because I just don't accept anybody's word for something, especially in the MLM world. It's the last place you want to just accept somebody's word, without any kind of verification. But I mean, this is a public document. They put it out there, and
I've never found that document online. Show me it. I've only seen it in Rav's post as a little sticker on the screen.
To me, it would be really difficult to claim that level of retail sales and not have it.
So funny. Scott, you know damn well that they can, even someone with a brain as small as yours knows that it's more than possible to claim that you have more retail sales than you actually do. Be so fucking for real right now, Want to shout out again Dr. B for that generous dono. Thank you.
Because that would just be such a gross, just exaggerated lie that it just would be mind-boggling for someone to claim something that extreme and it not be true. But again, I don't believe it, nor do I disbelieve it. But that is a problem in the MLM world, as far as I know.
Again, both siding the issue. I don't believe it or disbelieve it. I'm MLM. I'm pro MLM when it's done right. I'm anti MLM when it's done wrong. These guys are allergic to picking a side and standing on business. These guys are allergic to believing in something,
I told this guy when I was talking to him last week, I'm open-minded. I'm willing to look at somebody's information. I would like to verify it before I just accept it. But I haven't found one yet. He sent it to me. And I'm open to other MLMs forwarding me similar information as far as their level of retail sales. And when we say retail sales, what we're talking about there, just especially for the new listeners and stupid ones, is a retail sale is where you sell a product at a profit to someone who's not part of the MLM compensation plan. Another word for that is customer. And MLMs cannot count distributors as customers because
we've already gone over in depth how there can be loopholes or technicalities around that.
Because they have a lot of additional motivations to buy the product, both legitimate and not legitimate, than a customer has. And a customer is the only person who can buy something with a pure free market demand for the product. A distributor has other interests, like I say, both legitimate and non-legitimate.
Which would tell you, Scott, not to believe the person who said to you from Unicity that 90% of their revenue comes from customers, because you yourself just explained that that they're not a genuine customer if they have a financial incentive to buy. John, what up? On her Instagram stories for I Am Academy, my wife promised to double your income and give financial freedom, SMH. Her Forex statement at a court showed a loss. She lost around 30K with I Am Academy. So sad. So sad. Sorry again, John.
As far as purchasing a product. And so you have to have those purchases in order to not have an illegal pyramid. That is the definition of an illegal pyramid. And people just don't like to give a definition of an illegal pyramid. Even the FTC doesn't give a definition. Most of what we've referred to as the anti-MLM Huns, they throw the P word, pyramid, around all the time. But you will never hear any of them saying what the definition is.
What do you mean? Scott, you're just being dishonest now. I've said countless times that I agree with Robert Fitzpatrick's hallmarks of a pyramid scheme. If there's the 4 red flags that are present: pay to play, emphasis on recruitment, endless chain, extreme money transfer, the bottom 99 to the top less than 1%. You know this. You know this to be true.
And I have one. It's a working definition.
Oh, okay. He has a definition. Let's hear Scott's definition, everybody. Everybody, the Guru G of all of MLM and anti-MLM and Amway and everything else, Scott Tex Johnson, everybody. Make him feel welcome.
Working definitions are, sort of simple, easy to understand, plain language, no legalese involved. And also a workable definition works. It actually, is practical. It works. And so my definition is you have to have at least half of the sales going to customers.
Already you're disqualified when you base your definition of what a pyramid scheme is based on sales, because we've already shown you just on this stream how malleable that number is. What you define as a sale. Well, is a sale only if it goes to a genuine customer who is outside of the system and wasn't a distributor? Well, then they could say, yeah. But in the back of their mind, they know that, well, yeah, technically it was a distributor, but if they don't qualify, we're not counting them as distributors, even though in their mind, they full well think that they're pursuing this, but we've just had our own internal definition of what it means to be a customer, and that could be a distributor who just hasn't hit enough PV or whatever. So again, there's just so many ways to fudge it and finesse it. I think what you need to do is you need to look on a case-by-case basis of the conduct of people inside the company as well. I think that's very illuminating when you see people making wealth claims. Are those wealth claims commensurate with the income disclosure statement, if there is one, or is it completely incongruous with it? In my experience, they juxtapose each other and they're completely incongruous with each other. Are they promising that the product has some sort of magical properties or other effects that are unsubstantiated or have already been disproven, or they have already been reprimanded or reported on for making them? In the case of Unicity, yes, this was also the case. So, already, Scott, your definition is disqualified on behalf of everybody.
And those sales have to be for a 10% profit minimum. Otherwise, you're not really in business, because the whole thing of business is to make money. Just like if you were an athlete, trying to compete at a high level.
Yes, Scott, God forbid somebody's only making a 9% profit on a $30 bottle of shampoo. Making at least 10% profit is really going to show that I'm in business and make the big difference. How much money is that on a $30 bottle of shampoo? $3? Back up the Brinks truck, everybody. Back it up.
You would never question the fact that that athlete has to be in good physical condition. You just can't be an elite athlete unless you're in good physical condition. It's fundamental.
Peace out, Catherine. What up, Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger? Appreciate you. The P word, yeah, pyramid.
To being an elite athlete is to be in good physical condition. Just like making money is fundamental to a business, a for-profit business. And you can't be a religious leader unless you believe in some kind of a God framework. It just doesn't make any sense. It's so fundamental to a business to make money that you just can't reject it and say, oh no, that's not an important issue. So where do I get the 50% from? It comes from back in 2016 when Vima and Herbalife separately settled with the FTC against claims that the FTC was making. And Vima settled for 50.01% of their products have to go to customers, and they have to also collect the contact information and the records of these sales to customers. And the Herbalife had a similar, although a little bit more complicated agreement. There's a sliding scale and different things, but if you kind of pick the middle of it, it's 50%. The Herbalife.
There's another way around that too, by the way. Which I'm going to show you guys now. I got a comment from somebody on my on one of my videos about Amway today, and this person said, let me just show it to you. It's a bit of a long comment. I don't want to just read it out loud. I'd rather actually show it to you so you can read along with me. But this was a great example of how this person describes how when they were in Amway, there was a way of finessing the numbers around what an actual customer was. So here we go. Let's share it. It was on my debate with Ray-Bans, okay? So let's check this out. Here we go. This person, Lexmar, commented on the debate with Ray-Bans. She says, Marco, I've been diving into all your videos and I just love them. Aw, thank you. Thumbs up the ting for that.
Thumbs up the ting.
Thank you for all your hard work. I want to say I was in Amway/Worldwide Dream Builders for 6.5 years. And when they implemented the verified customer sales rule about a few years in, there isn't a true way to verify customer volume. You can say that your mom spent $300 in your store by allocating products that you personally bought out of your inventory, saying your mom purchased them, and you can choose to not text or email the receipt to your mom. Your customer, aka your mom, could falsely be assigned customer volume and never know you did that. I don't have proof that lots of people did that in my organization, but I have a suspecting feeling that is what happened. You're right, Marco. All Amway cares about is selling to the distributors and making their money. They don't really care who purchases it. Amway had to implement the verified customer sales rule so they wouldn't get sued. Thank you for that comment, Lexmar. And yeah, that's such an, there's also like the thing of ghost purchases where in some MLMs, I've heard stories of people who they would use their credit card, but then when they fill out the order form, like they'll use the same credit card that they would use for their own purchases, but then they would fill out another form using the same credit card and just put a different name, or they'd put their dog's name or their baby's name, something like that. Which is, of course, against the rules of the official rules of the MLM. Also, pretty sure it's illegal to do that. That's got to count as like wire fraud, right? To attribute a purchase of something to someone else without their knowledge. Yeah, I would imagine. So that's obvious to me. That's obvious. I mean, the company could say, okay, we're going to install a web thing on our site where the number of a credit card has to match up with only one customer. It's like one name per one credit card. But then you couldn't do that because what if like it is totally possible that a husband and wife share a credit card? You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. It's really something, isn't it? It's really a maze of fuckery.
Company agreed, and also Herbalife agreed to hire an outside auditor for 7 years. Of course, it expired a couple years ago, 2023. But they had to supply this auditor all the information for them to check to make sure that they really had these customers. And so that's where my 50% comes from. And I really believe it's a very low bar, because if every distributor sold to customers for as much as their household consumes, that's 50%. And so to me, that's a very low bar. Excuse me.
You're an idiot, Scott Johnson. You are an absolute idiot. Everybody knows it. By the way, did I tell you guys that last year Scott Johnson emailed my lawyer and tried to get me to stop talking about him? Let me find it. Where's my email with my lawyer? Here. Let me find it. Where the fuck is it? Oh, yeah, here. Okay, this was on November 4th, 2024. Scott, my lawyer forwarded this to me. So fucking funny. My lawyer forwarded this to me and said, hi, Marco, not sure what this is about, ... Even my lawyer was like, what the fuck? Anyways, so here we go. Let me see. Here, let me see if I can read through this, if I can show it on screen without, like, doxing anything. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, I'll share this. So, Scott Johnson said, this is an email to my lawyer that my lawyer forwarded to me. So, as you may/should know, on his YouTube videos, your client repeatedly lied about never being a cocaine dealer after making a video stating he is/was. He has also said that he is planning on declaring bankruptcy, thereby discharging his debts, which presumably would include your billable hours. He is a nasty guy who has cheated on his taxes in the amount of about $10,000. Oh, suddenly Scott also has access to my... Suddenly Scott is also the IRS, or rather the CRA in Canada. We have the CRA. Apparently Scott got access to that and knows that I'm on the run from the government for taxes. Talked about stealing from several companies and has harassed, slandered, libeled, defamed me repeatedly, and including recently called me at 1:37 a.m. As though it's illegal to call someone at 1:37 a.m. Just for clarity, I was not expecting his call, had been asleep for hours, and have made it clear to him for years that I do not want to interact with him. I have solid evidence of all the above and much more. In order to avoid another lawsuit, I request that you do the following. Instruct Marco to permanently remove any reference to me, my family, and my podcast from social media and any other media. Instruct Marco to make an apology on YouTube. Fuck you, Scott. Eat my asshole. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. No, I'm never apologizing. Fuck you and fuck you again. Instruct Marco to make an apology video on YouTube and never again mention me. Scott Johnson, Scott Tex Johnson, Scott Tex Johnson. Stop the Amway tool scam. Scott Johnson, Scott Johnson. Fuck you, Scott Johnson. Fuck Scott Johnson. And never mention me, my family, or my podcast directly or indirectly, and keep it posted for the remainder of his life. And instruct Marco that I am happy to interact with any of his goon followers, his term, not mine, as long as it is in a coordinated and respectful manner. In other words, Marco cannot aid, abet, or encourage others to operate in the disgusting manner that he operates. I'm open to providing documentation of the above issues and speaking with you, either via telephone or Facebook/Instagram voice app. Thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Scott Tex Johnson. Let me give him a call right now. Let me call Scott Tex Johnson right now. Ask him what this is about. Let's get to the bottom of this and settle the beef once and for all. What's his phone number here? Okay. By the way, this is public, so I'm not doxing anything. This is his public number that he posts on his own fucking whatever. Plus one. Here we go. Let's give him a call. It's calling Scott Johnson. They might be live on their show right now, so let's see what happens. I'm going to give him a call. Put on speaker. He better answer, too. Give it a second. Did I type the number right? 843? Yep. Why is it not ringing? It's not even ringing. You think it could be an iPhone? That's a good fucking idea, too. See if it's... Also, by the way, so obvious and so hilarious that that he did this, that he sent this to my lawyer, because he didn't even attach, like, you would think that when you send someone a cease and desist letter, you would attach it as like a PDF document, as an attachment to an email, and you would say, "Dear Mr. Whatever, whatever, to whom it may concern, please see the attached correspondence from my client, Scott Tex Johnson." He just typed it in the body of an email and thought that that was going to work. So my lawyer, of course, let me show you a picture of my lawyer. Show you an actual... Actually, I can do even better. I can show you a GIF of my lawyer. Ready? This is my lawyer. Actual picture of my lawyer right here, just going about his normal day. Okay? This is him. All right? This is him. Dun 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 dun. 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 This is him. This is my lawyer sacrificing himself for me. Goodbye. You've won the settlement. $10 million. This is him. So that was my lawyer. My lawyer's so funny. I can't even imagine what he was thinking. Emails it, forwards it back to me and says, "Not sure what this is about, ... And I literally replied and I was like, LOL. I literally replied to my lawyer, and I did explain, but the first words that I replied to my lawyer were LMAOOOOO. Lamau. And then I explained, and my lawyer was like, okay, and never even responded to that. My lawyer never even responded to that. He was like, it's like, you know, Bill Keep doing the, Bill Keep saying like unread to Scott. It was like even more than unread. It was, he didn't even reply. He's like, okay. Oh, he searched the court documents and found out who was representing you. And then he Googled the law firm and sent me an email to the general, like, email. My lawyer never responded to it. My lawyer never even responded to me explaining what it was. I never responded to it. You are a goof, Scott. Let me try to call Scott Johnson again. You are a fucking goof. The notebooks he must have on Marco's crimes. So funny. To be in the room. 137. To be in the room when Scott is crafting emails about Marco, right? How did he know who your lawyer is? You can find out. You can find information about me, and you can find information about me online. Never talk to me or my son again. Hilarious. I need this as a poster. I'm late. What up, Joseph? He says was getting mine elsewhere. Nice. Collect Direct is out of business. So true. I'd love to get in their show and talk. I actually agree with them politically. Hilarious. Should send him a voicemail with the I took a full load soundbite. Did you refer him to your lawyer? How did he know? I just explained that. Emailing a lawyer and asking for them to chat on Facebook Messenger. That's so funny. What up, Gantz? He turned your own lawyer against you. GG's easy win by Scott Johnson. So true. I got to call Scott. It's super important that I call Scott Johnson right now. Let's call him. Local time, 11 p.m. We got it. Here we go. It's ringing. Can you hear it? You'll hear once it starts. Answer, you can.
Please leave your message for 21484390066.
Hey, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Was just...
Record your message after the tone. Simply hang up when done. Or for delivery options, press the pound sign.
Hey, Scott. Miss you. Love you. Just on my stream right now. And we went over the email that you sent to my lawyer last year. Next time, at least attach a PDF document to the email and make it look like, you know, you had a lawyer. Maybe say it's from John Smith Esquire or something to make it look more legit. Because, yeah, that one didn't work. So best of luck on the next one. Hope you're well. Love you. Bye. I actually have a video of me calling Scott. Of me calling him. When was that? I have one of me calling him. Let me share the... Here, I'm going to find it. It's called like... Oh, yeah, that's the new one. Here, calling Scott Johnson. This was November. Oh, I think this was the same day. I think it was the same day. Yeah, I think literally it was so unserious that I think the exact same day I literally... Yeah, okay. Yeah. The same day I literally called Scott and he answered. He actually did answer, which is exciting. So let's check this out. I've got to change the source once again. OS screen capture, properties, QuickTime player. Here we go. This is literally when I was in Thailand. I called Scott Johnson to get his thoughts on his... Oh, I'm lagging. Are we good, chat? Hold on. Are we here? Got to change the source once again. Shit. Shit, we'll do it live? Come on, connect, motherfucker. Connect. Don't know why that happens. We're back now? Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's check it out. Let's check out what I test. I'm such a little shit. Hello, this is Scott. Did you hear him? Go back. Hey, Scott. How's it going, buddy? It's Marco. Wow, I mean, at least he actually answered. Immediately hangs up. I mean, that was more than I've gotten from him in a couple of years, honestly. Hello, this is Scott. Do you believe in life after love? Life After Love lyrics. I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Do you believe in life after love? Oh, Beyond is telling me that the bingo website is no longer working. They shut down the service. I need to find a new hosting provider. Oh, fuck me. All right, well, inshallah, we get that back soon, innit? Goodness gracious me, oh my. Can't believe you've done this. Google Chrome. All right, let's continue on with the episode.
A little frog in my throat. Anyway.
A what in your throat?
You know, that's
what do you have in your throat, Scott?
I took a full load. I draw the line because that line has been drawn by those two companies, and the FTC agreed to it, and the companies agreed to it. So it just you know, you have to have some kind of a measure. You know, you can't just say you got to have retail sales. Well, the next question is how much, and to me that's a good answer because I don't think it could be done by most MLMs.
Always Marco shirtless at $200. Let's go.
With the current pricing they have, you just can't sell kind of unknown branded products, you know, with basically unskilled salespeople, which is what are in MLMs, and do that successfully, even at that low level. And we've seen probably a dozen or so. In fact, there was one just this past week, Red Ribbons or something like that, that I think went completely out of business.
Oh, one went down a few days ago as well. Modere, R.I.P. Modere.
But we've seen MLMs go out of business. We've seen them go to direct selling, which is, by the way, completely different than MLM.
Mm-hmm.
The MLM industry loves to mix these terms together, direct selling and MLM, and they're completely different. Because in MLM, you know, you've got the recruiting, you've got the upline, the downline, and all of this, you know, in the mix. Whereas direct selling, every individual is connected directly to the company. There's no upline, there's no downline, and so the only money you make from the MLM are the products or services that you sell to customers, and that's it. Now there are ways to make a little bit of money by recruiting new people, but generally that's very limited to what you can make, you know, profit-wise from that new distributor that you might recruit. You can't, for example, normally make money from their sales or their recruits. So it's a way to replenish the distributor base without having a full-blown MLM. So anyway, those are very, very different business models, but those terms are used interchangeably. You know, I've seen them. They're interchangeably used by the DSA, the Direct Selling Association, which is the lobbyist for the MLM industry. I've seen Amway and many other MLMs use those terms interchangeably. And like I told the state senate.
Man says, "Where's the audio? What you talking about?" What do you mean? There is audio. You're hearing it.
They're in Delaware a month or so ago.
Oh, he's talking about Delaware? Okay, hold on. Yeah, for real, sleepy time, yeah.
Terms interchangeably, and like I told the state senator.
Oh, was it too quiet? My bad. I turned it down because the video of me calling Scott was way too loud.
In Delaware a month or so ago, after the session was over, I said, you know, the reason they love to use the term direct selling is because the word selling is in the name, and so the connotation is there's selling going on.
Thank you, Queen of Karma. I appreciate you. Hopefully someday some generous soul in the chat gives some memberships and you get one. That'd be amazing. These multi-level marketing people don't even know how to describe a business. They just slaves for people who don't know how to pay for advertising. So true.
You know, there's very little normally, but that's why they love to use that term. You know, in fact, MLMs used to be called pyramids back in the very early days.
Rare instance of Scott Johnson actually telling the truth.
This is a pyramid structure, and then it got a negative connotation. They went to MLM and network marketing, and now there's, you know, social marketing. There's all kinds of different terms, but it's still MLM. You know, if you can recruit somebody and profit from their business volume, then you're an MLM. It's such a simple thing. But anyway, I'll stop there because, you know, I can go on and on. But that's kind of
we know, King.
You know, what we like to tell the new listeners so they can understand where we're coming from.
There's no new listeners.
Because I think there is a model to have a legitimate MLM. It's one where there's not a tool scam. You make all the money you want for tool. You have to be honest about it. You have to tell prospects in your downline how much it is. Not just that you make some money, but how much is that money? And also you have to have those retail sales. If you don't, then you need to either go out of business or go to direct selling, or some other MLMs this past year and a half have also sort of reduced their MLM bonus. The whole structure has been kind of cut back, which of course doesn't make anybody happy. I mean, how would you like to, for
Makes me happy. Makes me really happy. What the fuck are you talking about?
example, lose half of your salary, your job? It would not make you a happy camper. So, all of these things.
How'd you like to lose 12 years of your life and your children's life and $250,000 US? I wouldn't be happy either.
That are being done, it's not good news to the distributors, but they're having to do it because their MLM model is just not working, and they have to either go out of business or make these adjustments to survive. So anyway, I'll stop there, let you make any comments, and then we can get into. I do want to mention what you mentioned before the show, this astronomer guy, Peter. But make some comments and then.
Oh, good. Scott and Peter are going to talk about the astronomer guy cheating on his wife. Very, very excited to hear about that. These are the voices we need to comment on that public current event. Of course, we need that. We need Scott and Peter's take on it. Otherwise, who cares? It basically didn't even happen if they didn't comment on it, right? So we need these oracles to tell us and give us their wisdom. Let's guess what they're going to say. I'm guessing they're going to say that it's the woman's fault and that the guy did nothing wrong.
We can dive into that.
Sure. So obviously, Scott, we go over the tool scam on the beginning part of every radio show because there's new listeners are in there and they like to hear.
No, there's not, and no, they don't.
What you mean by a tool scam. One of the things that I did recently was a gentleman put me in front of another gentleman who used to be an Amway distributor.
Just the worst setup for a storyteller. A gentleman put me in front of another gentleman. Just say I was talking to a guy.
His name is Bill Newton. And Bill's biggest contention, if you just remember the name Bill Newton, you could hear the radio show that I did with him if you wanted to. But his biggest contention is that when you join an MLM, you really don't own your own company. So he said basically any time you're losing some of your constitutional rights, you don't own it. So I don't remember which ones he said, 4, 7, and 10. I don't remember.
So true, Burger Baron. I speak for everyone when I say I can't sleep at night until we hear Scott and Peter's take on current events. So true.
I should have remembered, but I don't remember. But basically, the whole concept is, what do you get when you sign your contract? Well, there's a very unique contrast between contracts in the real contracts world and contracts that MLM are signing. And that was highlighted this past week with the Kiss Cam on the Coldplay concert with the Astronomer CEO. Basically, they call it canoodling with his human resources manager. So many of you.
Peter can barely hold back his laughter and his giddiness talking about two people canoodling because it's been so long since he's done it. He's practically a virgin at this point.
And if you listen to this later on, I might have forgotten what happened. But obviously, when you go to these concerts or basketball games or whatever, they'll sometimes showcase people in the stands, and they'll do a kiss cam or they'll do something else. And the reality is this one time, there was a company called Astronomer. The CEO was caught canoodling, they called it, with a woman who happened to not be his wife.
Not a woman.
And by dumb luck or irony, it was his human resources manager and all of.
We call it canoodling. I never met that woman. I never did anything to her.
Human resources people are probably still cracking up every time we hear about this. The idea that.
What happened to fucking the one girl who won the loss? E.G. and Carol? Did Trump pardon himself for that, or what happened? E.G. and Carol. What's the latest with E.G. and Carol? Trump cites presidential immunity to try to toss out $83 million judgment. 83 fucking million? That seems excessive. What the fuck? For what? Oh, defamation. Okay. What was the contrivance there that he was cleared of one of the charges but found guilty of the other, right? 88 million losses in damages. How the fuck did you lose that much money? Okay, she sued Trump for blah, blah, blah. On May 9th, they found him liable for defamation and sexual abuse, and she got $5 million. In July 19th, Judge Kaplan found Trump did rape her, as the term is understood in common modern parlance. although not in the narrow technical meaning of a particular section of New York penal law, okay? On January 26th, a jury found him liable for defamation against Carroll regarding his remarks after the first verdict and awarded her an additional $83 million. He appealed the verdict and posted a $91 million bond. Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane. What the helly? What the hecky? Craziness. Nah, that's wild. 83 fucking million.
The human resources person is actually screwing around with the boss. But it doesn't matter that part. The interesting part for this example.
The last new listener they got listening on their Macintosh on Windows 95 dial-up. So true. Explaining a kiss cam to all the new listeners. So funny. I was talking to a guy backstage while I was backstage who said that you might like to get eaten by a big T-Rex. So true.
Is if you read,
where's Glenn?
Read the articles about this, he is negotiating his exit with the company that he was the CEO for. And that's very interesting because he obviously must be in a multi-million-dollar contract. And even though they have grounds to fire him, they still have to probably pay out a portion or all of his contract if they fire him. Why? Because on his side of the contract negotiations, when he started with them, I could only bet that he had a lawyer. And that lawyer basically struck out any of the clauses that MLMers never strike out. So if you're in an MLM company, you do own your own business, kinda. The idea that you might be able to...
Kinda. Which one is it, buddy? Which one is it?
Sell it or will it away, kinda. Makes it appear like it's your own business. And the IRS allows you to take tax deductions almost as if it were your own business. But Bill Newton made a very critical point, is that you really don't, because the company can fire you for any reason, sight unseen, or just not renew your contract. And almost every MLM has a minimum contract renewal fee that they charge, but they don't have to give you that option to renew your contract. So they could fire you at the end of the year by just not renewing your contract. So the stark, very blatant contrast between an MLMer who signs a contract and a CEO who screws around on his life with the human resources contract is a lawyer. So there's two sides to that one, but there's only one side when an MLMer clicks the submit button. And by the way, we've been fighting that, when I say we, me with the Distributor Rights Association with Rod Cook and Cheryl Gonzalez when she was forming that as well. So this is not a new issue. This has been a very old issue, but because MLMers just never really coordinate their activities and go after it, these MLM companies are able to write their predatory contracts. And by the way, I know some of the lawyers, and the lawyers write a predatory contract for the company's rights because that's what their job is. So they're not supposed to write a contract.
So would that count as MLM doing it the right way, gentlemen? I don't know.
It's supposed to be favorable for a distributor. The company wants the ability to fire you for no reason, to be able to fire you for, they don't need any just cause. They want to be able to not renew your thing. They want to be able to say, if you want to sell it, we have the right to refuse who you want to sell it to. If I were writing a contract for my own company, I would write it so lopsided it would be the same way. But that doesn't necessarily mean...
Nice confession right there.
...that it's right.
If I could screw people over and not get in trouble for it, I would do it right away.
But that's just the way that it is. So not everything's fair. But I thought I'd bring that up, Scott, only because it was a very stark contrast to contracts of employees versus contracts of independent contractors. So I'll let you comment on that if you want.
Yeah, no, good points, Peter. Because if you...
Good points, Peter.
You're sort of like a low-level distributor, then there's not much that's being lost. But I could see, if Amway decided to terminate Dexter Yeager, now he's dead now, so they can't terminate him. But if they did terminate a really high-level Amway distributor, they can do that. But the problem with that is they being Amway, would be taking the chance that high-level distributor would basically, trash talk Amway. They would, bring him to another MLM. Of course, they would have to, follow the rules to do that because there's, time holes that have to go in before they can do these things. But Amway would really be shooting themselves in the foot if they just randomly said,
Yeah, literally describing the Unicity document I showed earlier. So true.
we're not going to renew your contract, unless they had a good reason.
The way he tried to backpedal after he said that. I would do that, but of course it's not right to do it. It's like, okay, which is it?
You know, if they had a good reason, they could do it, and there wouldn't be much, you know, that could happen.
Literally talking just like Trump. When they ask, are you thinking about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell? I haven't thought about it. I could do it. I'm allowed to do it, but I haven't thought about it. But we could do it. It could happen. But probably I won't. But you never know. But maybe. But we'll let you know in 2 weeks.
Now, any distributor, at least in Amway, I'm sure it's similar in other MLMs, you know, there's generally a requirement to arbitrate, number one. That's very common now. But you could go into arbitration and say, hey, you know, you guys terminated me, but I don't think it was for violating the rules, and I want to go into arbitration. Now, that's usually a very unfair to the distributor process, but that is an option. In fact, I got the documents from my lawsuit that Amway did back in 2010 recently, Peter, and there's over 100 documents. I can't believe there's that many. And a lot of them are just, you know, forms and stuff, but some of them are, you know, dozens of pages long. And it really was funny to sort of go back in time to recall how insistent.
It was sort of funny to go back in time with our audio setup, which is literally from the 70s.
And Amway was, for my claims about what I call the Amway tool scam, to go into arbitration. I mean, there are just tons and tons of submittals that Amway made saying that this guy's got to go into arbitration. He's got to go into arbitration. And I already knew, because I had done my research years before the lawsuit, that this was a very unfair process. And every time it came up, you know, in our hearings, I said, I am not going to arbitration. You know,
I heard there was a secret court that David played and it pleased the Lord. Arbitration. Never, ever, 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 ever do arbitration. That is something that I, Emperor of the Goons, always Marco, the smartest, bravest, wisest, funniest, most handsome, most charming, most charismatic, and most humble man in the galaxy in human history is telling you. Please, never go into fucking arbitration. It is literally a soul-sucking legal purgatory that can go on for years and years and years. Do not negotiate with terrorists. Do not negotiate with the forces of evil. Let's go to trial. Let's go to trial. Let's go to trial. If you guys can stand on business and you think that your claim is strong and you're going to win, let's go to trial. It's going to be quicker and over and done with to do however long the trial takes than it is to go back and forth in arbitration until I'm dead, just to not even get my fair shake in the end. It's just to wear you down and wear you down and wear you down, so that you end up taking $0 and you just are happy to settle it in order to make it go away. The fucking shit that y'all have put me through these last few years, and I'm sure it's not the last time. I'm getting every red fucking cent that is owed to me. My lawyers are being reimbursed with tax. My lawyers are being reimbursed and rewarded handsomely. I will be getting reimbursed handsomely for the frivolous actions that have been taken against me, the lies that have been published against me, the lies that have been presented to courts about me, misrepresentations made about me and what I do and it's things I've said and whatever. Yeah, zero mercy, zero negotiation, no prisoners will be taken, everyone's getting executed, men, women, and children. I have no fucking, no arbitration. Everybody is getting fucked. I will not negotiate. Are you interested in a settlement? Why the fuck would I be interested in a settlement? Okay, $10 million. Give me $10 million. Oh, well, we don't think it's a reasonable amount. The math doesn't make sense. We're open to negotiation. Fuck you. How about that? Make me an offer. Okay, 10 million? You don't want to do 10 million. Okay, give me a counter offer. That's what I fucking thought. Fuck you.
Because I attempted to countersue Amway, and the judge decided I needed to go into arbitration if I was going to, satisfy that claim and not do it, in public court. Because Amway did not want it to be in public. They were trying so hard to get me into arbitration. It was. I'm reading some of these documents. It's almost funny how hard they were trying. I mean, they were desperate. It was really something. But to go back to your, to your analogy, it is true that, because a lot of MLMs now call the distributors IBOs, independent business owners. And to me, it's like you were saying, it's a quasi-semi-ownership thing. It's not an outright ownership. I don't own Amway when I become an IBO, obviously.
Negotiating nuts for real.
To me, that's just too obvious to even be a point. But there are certain things you do as a distributor in an MLM that have business ownership characteristics, right? You can decide how hard you want to work at it. It's not like a 9-to-5 where, the boss says, come here 9 to 5.
Still trying to defend MLM is crazy.
Monday through Friday. I'm not paying overtime, so when you're done, go home. It's not that kind of a job type of a deal. You can put 2 hours a week. You can put 100 hours a week if you want to. It's totally up to you, just like any other business that you might own, a non-MLM business. And so you also decide which of the products you want to market, what price you want to charge. Now, with Amway, it's kind of a silly thing because even at IBO cost, most of the products are ridiculously overpriced. So just the idea of selling even at your cost is ridiculous, let alone a markup. But again, theoretically, that sort of option is available to you with any MLM. Although, again, most MLMs, they're really overpriced products. But, theoretically, you have that choice.
What was even the point of mentioning the Astronomer CEO on this?
There's lots of overlap between being an MLM distributor and being a business owner. But like you said, there's also this contract thing. And I don't know what this guy's going to get out of the company. I imagine there was some kind of a pre-existing contract in place, when he became CEO. And generally, there's, behavioral type requirements in there. If you screw up this way, then this happens and so forth. But there's always negotiating, right? That's why you hire a lawyer. You negotiate. You say, okay, I know it says that, but this guy was the CEO. He knows where a lot of skeletons are buried. So, do you really want to be that hard on us? That's what negotiations are. So, that's the real world. But yeah, there are definite differences between, being a CEO of a non-MLM company and being an MLM. And there's also some overlap. There's some similarities, particularly as you go higher and higher in the food chain, right? The higher your position is, the more leverage you have with the company. If the janitor was canoodling with, maybe a female janitor, it was not his wife. And by the way, I was mentioning this to you, Peter, before the show. And what's it called? Snuffleupagus or something?
Snuffleupagus.
Snuffleupagus. So these are the characters in the Muppets, I think it is. They're these big blue sort of elephants, and they have these big long noses. And at this, I don't know if it was I think it was at a baseball game.
Scott Johnson, the king of caveats and tool master of tangents. So true. I like to think Scott and Peter are someone's failed YouTuber life playthrough that was left running. Hilarious.
So they're in the stands in the baseball game, and the camera comes around, and they mimicked what this couple did, because he kind of slumped down behind the seats, and she just kind of put her hands over her face, and they mimicked that. And then they went over in the audience to another couple, to a guy that was holding up this big sign, and it was pointing, had an arrow pointing, and it said, "This is my wife," and then they kissed. So yeah, everyone's having fun with it, but yeah, the guy just destroyed his relationship with his wife. She's probably gonna make a bunch of money, but then they got kids, and the whole thing there. It's a big mess. We laugh about it, but it's a big problem personally. But he deserved it. I mean, when you're sitting there with your arms around your HR manager of all people in the world.
That's crazy.
The one person that should know better. I mean, there's nobody that should know better than the HR director or manager, whatever she was. But there they were in public, with his arms around.
What up, politely bellicose?
Her shoulders and so forth. And then the camera came around. So yeah. So I mean, I kind of agree with Bill.
Oh, I need to get a black job soundbite too. I'm gonna have like 6-7 Trump sound effects.
Partially.
Oh, politely bellicose is further back in the stream where we're talking about E.G. and Carroll.
But again, it's one of those things where it's a distinction without a huge difference in my mind. Now, do I wish we didn't have arbitration in MLM? Yeah, but there's arbitration in pretty much anything.
What's beautiful about my lawsuits as well is I don't think that they can. I don't think they actually have a. I'll have to ask ChatGPT about this, but I don't actually think any of the people suing me have a leg to stand on when it comes to trying to compel forced arbitration, because I was never a distributor for any MLM company. I was never under contract with any MLM company. Let's give you guys some background on what forced arbitration is. Maybe I can find a short video. I think there was a Johnny Harris video. I about secret courts. Oh, Louis Rossman has one. Here, let's watch Louis Rossman. We love Louis Rossman. Forced arbitration, what you need to know. Okay. How about if I search secret court, I think it was... it was Candace Owens. I think it's this one where Ian Carroll hosted an episode. He guest hosted an episode, and it was called... Yeah, here, this was it. Inside the Elite's secret courts where you have no rights. Okay, I think this was a good... Do y'all fuck with Candace Owens, by the way, in the chat? I remember the first time I heard about Candace Owens was a few years ago. What up, Specs? What up, Legend Gaming? Blacka boom pow! Yes. I tried to call Scott earlier in the stream. Yeah, I first heard of Candace Owens a few years ago. And I don't remember what I heard about her, but I remember it was negative. And I watched, I think it was at the start of this year, was like one of the first things I saw from her. But I watched her full series about the Prime Minister of France's wife being a man. I thought it was a really good and really well done and really... compelling series, and I've since seen some stuff that she's done on Epstein. I don't know. She seems to be like a real like truth dropper, truth spitter. I like it, honestly. I mean, maybe there's older stuff that I don't know about, which has rubbed people the wrong way, but I have not seen. And you know, I don't care about things like Blake Lively and whatever. But yeah, from what I've seen, I like what I've seen. You know, from what I've seen, I think it's good. I think she spits hot fire and she spits bars. Candace is a pass from me, dog, says Ed. Okay, I'm curious to know why. I want to know what people have seen. I also saw her. She did a video about George Floyd, or a documentary about George Floyd, where she sort of explains that the media coverage around George Floyd was not what there was more than meets the eye when it comes to that, and that the full body cam video and the full autopsy painted a different picture than what we understood from like being casual observers or like just watching the normal media. I thought that was really interesting as well. I can always appreciate, even if it, I can always appreciate another perspective and people taking a risk to say something that's going to be unliked or is against the official narrative, because, I mean, that's certainly what I'm doing. I'm going against the official narrative in all my videos, talking about MLMs, which are supposedly legal, but not really, but pyramid schemes aren't legal, and we're trying to argue that actually every one of these companies is actually just a pyramid scheme. So yeah, I don't know. I like Candace Owens. When I've seen her posts on YouTube, sometimes she pops up as a recommended because I've seen some of her stuff before. I like it. But anyways, Ian Carroll did
everybody.
Oh, sorry. Here. Well, we love Louis Rossman. We love Ian Carroll. Let's check this out. Let's listen to Louis Rossman.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. So today I'd like to follow up on the Roku story, which just gets more and more interesting. For those of you who haven't been following along with my channel, Roku decided several weeks ago that they were going to disable your television unless you decided that you were going to agree to a forced arbitration agreement.
Dispute resolution terms. Agree to these updated terms. Okay.
And this is one of the problems that things that connect to the internet, anything that must connect to the internet to work has the ability to stop working if the manufacturer wants to make it stop working, and they can also change the terms of the sale. If you take a look over here, you may notice there's an important update. They changed the dispute resolution terms to forced arbitration, and you have no disagree button. Though there's no disagree button, and you can't change the source. You can't watch Netflix, you can't watch Max, you can't change over to HDMI because it's not going to work until you hit agree. And the reason that I've used the R word so many times when I talk about the mentality these companies have is you may notice there's no option to say no. Now, you may wonder, why would a company take such an anti-consumer move that's going to piss so many people off and literally disable their televisions until they pay them? Because again, they can change the terms of the sale by just reaching into your television, but if you want to opt out of the terms of that sale, well, you have to send them paper mail. It was because there was a
so stupid
data breach. Over 15,000 Roku accounts were hacked, and it gets better. It gets better. It gets better. So over here, you'll see 576,000 streaming accounts have been compromised.
Am I breaking up? Sorry, I don't know what's happening.
In a security breach. Now they're claiming that there's no accountability on their part.
What bad takes, Devon? I'm actually genuinely curious to know, because all I've seen from her is the George Floyd thing and the Brigitte Macron thing.
Because this data breach must have happened somewhere else. This is not inside of our systems in any way, shape, or form. These passwords were stolen from other idiots that use this, the password 1234 on too many websites. And yeah, I believe you. I believe you. That's why you decided to disable people. Inject.
Okay, this video sort of makes it seem like it assumes we know what forced arbitration is, but I think Ian Carroll here in this video gives a quick overview of what it actually is.
America has a secret court system, an entirely parallel justice system designed by and for megacorporations, billionaires, and private equity firms. Most Americans have probably only vaguely heard of arbitration. Most of us don't have any experience with it or really know what it means or how it works. Remember that list of salacious, scary crimes that I made just a minute ago? I chose that list very specifically because today I'm going to share specific examples of those exact crimes committed against Americans who wound up with the exact outcome that I described. Normally, you would expect the perpetrator of crimes like rape, murder, theft, or battery to be caught and arrested by police, lose a trial in a court of law, and go to jail or prison. And if a regular...
Benjamin, are you talking about Ian Carroll or Louis Rossman when you say I can show you stuff from this guy that is backwards thinking?
...person commits those crimes, that's probably what would happen. But if the people who rule the world commit such a crime, that's not how it works. They have a special court system where the judges are not legally required to follow the law, nor are the attorneys. Judges are openly paid by your offender for doing their job, and paid quite handsomely, I might add. And you are bound to secrecy. You can't talk about it, and the world will never learn that this happens to more than 1 million Americans every year.
That's a lot.
When I say people who rule the world, you might think I mean the Illuminati or the Rothschilds or something, and so you just need to steer clear of a small handful of evil supervillains. And you should steer clear of them too, but that's not who I'm referring to. I'm talking about corporations and private equity. And you might not know it, but you've already agreed to this. You've already signed your rights away over and over every time you click agree to terms of service. And most of us have clicked that a lot of times. The average American household with 2 teenage children has currently agreed to about 160 arbitration agreements. If you take your kids to a birthday party, there's an arbitration agreement. Sign them up for swim lessons, arbitration agreement. Went to a concert, arbitration agreement. Martial arts classes, arbitration agreement. Got a massage, arbitration agreement. Bought a washing machine, rented a house, got a job, took an Uber.
Yes, forced arbitration means you will lose, so true.
Went to the hospital, all have arbitration agreements. Heck, most people's cell phones alone include more than 20 arbitration.
Oh, you're talking about Louis Rossman. Oh, okay.
Agreements, one for each app you download. And speaking of apps, I want to start today with a story about Uber. And I'll let Tiffany Cianci, who we met in my first episode on Candace, explain what happened with Uber last year.
If I told you that ordering a burger or a pizza on a food delivery app could cost you to forfeit your constitutionally protected rights, would you believe me? Well, my friends, I'm here to show you how Uber is proving to the world today that Disney walked so that they could run you over with a truck, literally. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Let's get into it. It was just a couple of months ago that the entire world became enraged when we learned that Disney was trying to stop a man from suing them in court when his wife was wrongfully killed in a terrible incident involving an allergy at one of their restaurants. And they claimed the reason he had no right to go to court was because years before he had signed up for a trial for Disney Plus. Now, neither you nor I would ever have thought that signing up for a trial for a TV watching program would somehow not keep us safe in a park where we go on rides that have physical threats. But that is exactly what Disney alleged and what they were arguing in court. Throughout the Disney debacle, I went on a series of podcasts and interviews where people were saying there's no way this can happen, the law would never allow it, and I said, I actually think it's going to happen, and even if it doesn't happen in this case, it's not going to be long before we see the next major case. Well, my friends, it is here. My friends, let me introduce you to Georgia and John McKinty. Now, Georgia and John were sitting in the back.
This is fucking crazy. How is that actually like, I mean, how do you go about changing something like that?
Private equity will go to ridiculous lengths to trap you into arbitration agreements that you never agreed to later. But every single one of these agreements is you signing away your rights to due process in a court of law. And it's becoming so popular these days among corporations and private equity who are buying up so many different parts of our world that now, more and more, as an American, you have rights only if you stay in your house and don't go out to do anything. Except all the things in your house tend to come with arbitration agreements too. And more arbitration agreements are being included in lease contracts themselves. So be sure that nothing goes wrong inside your house either, or you'll wind up in secret court anyways. And if you do happen to wind up in arbitration, just know that an American is more likely to be struck by lightning than win a monetary award in forced arbitration against a corporation.
That's, come on. Come on, that's insane. That's fucking insane. There are a lot of things. Black voices will do a better job explaining her racially problematic behavior, but there's a lot. Okay, I'll have to check that out. He said he didn't blame the judge when the judge made a reprehensible ruling. The click to cancel case was serious business. I'm not sure what ALJ.
That's a real stat. More Americans are struck by lightning each year than win monetary awards in arbitration against corporations.
That seems like not right, you know. Anyways, just wanted to give you a bit of a background on forced arbitration before we get back to Scott and Peter.
You know, you can, in fact, I was part of a class action lawsuit several years ago from a lawnmower engine company.
Of course you were.
Because they advertised a certain horsepower on their lawnmowers, and they were putting out a little bit less than that.
So funny. Scott is so the type of guy that would care about that and dedicate like countless hours of his waking life to like fighting about that.
So there was this class action lawsuit, and the lawnmower engine company settled, you know, with people who wanted to get, I don't know what it was maybe $10. You know, you got $10 back because the engine you bought didn't quite put out the horsepower that was advertised. But you know, it's in almost anything we buy. You know, cell phones, you know, any kind of electronic product. You know, airlines, almost anything. If you read that fine print, which hardly anybody does because it's so voluminous, right? You start reading those things. You know, this is our terms of contract. It's like, you know, reading the Bible. You know, as far as the length of text to have to go through there. But you know, if you look at that and just do a search for arbitration, you'll probably find that word in there, and you'll see that you're required to go into arbitration. That you cannot participate in class action lawsuits. You know, that's pretty standard now, especially with MLMs. But also many other companies. It's really common, and I think it's a problem because when there's an arbitration, the company gets to see the evidence. You know, it's different cases, but they get to see the same or similar evidence over and over again, and so they can almost predict the outcome. Plus, they hire arbitration ruling that dictates that this is not.
Talk about me.
This is not accepting the executives.
Talk about always Marco.
Real, you know, quote unquote, real judicial courts. Huge database of all the arbitration kind of constitutional question.
Rules on the complaint, and it would be pretty funny. And I know this is ironic and just
talk about I'm Academy. They said literally in the description here, this is an interesting interview with Scott Johnson and Bridget Ringos. It's discussions on the news going on in network marketing. Alex Morton and I'm Academy updates.
This is not
Bridget Reed, little review of Little Bosses Everywhere.
Gonna happen. But since she's the head of human resources, maybe she gets a chance to make, especially for some people that we're going to talk about.
Oh,
just whatever. We don't know. But the sad part about it is there's the kids involved, and that's the sad part about it. So because they're going to get a lot of. They're going to be labeled with this for quite a while, and that really sucks for the kids. But anyway, so having said any or all that, let's move on to the MLM world, because the MLM world is not as crazy as what we just saw, but it is getting kind of hairy, especially for some people that we're going to talk about.
Woo! That's gotta be me. That's gotta be me. That's gotta be me. Yeah, Scott and Peter have literally been prophesizing my doomsday for years, since literally the beginning. Literally since I first came to be at odds with Scott Johnson, when I disagreed, when I refused to go on their show, he was like decreeing and professing that in like 1 year's time I would be working at, I don't know, I think it was McDonald's. He said I would be working at McDonald's. I don't know. It's been 4 years, brother. That hasn't happened yet, Scott Johnson. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't know why it's taking so long for me to hear back from these McDonald's applications that I've been filling out. I'm still working at Nothing Burger, you know? I couldn't even get the McDonald's job. I'm at Nothing Burger. What the fuck is that about?
It is getting pretty crazy. You know, we had that MLM, IYOVIA or something, that was basically shut down about a month ago.
Oh, IYOVIA, a.k.a. I Am Academy.
And I think some of the head honchos, particularly the CEO of the company or owner, a guy by the name of Christopher Terry, I think I read that he fled the country. You know, because
so funny.
The FTC went after him, and also some of the top-level distributors. Actually, him and his wife, and maybe one or two high-level company people.
Oh, administrative law judge. Yes. I wasn't sure what ALJ meant. True. Administrative law judges are interesting, right? So crazy how much you can write into a contract. Intercepting you at the airport was the wildest plot point, right? Devon remembers when I went to DC in Washington, D.C. in 2023, and Scott and Peter were, Scott had written something to the Border Patrol people, and I got stopped. The Amway case could be brought back because it was decided by an ALJ. Let's see what the difference is. Administrative law judge. ALJ is an independent official, okay, who presides over administrative hearings to resolve disputes between government agencies and individuals or entities, acting as a trier of fact in cases involving executive branch agencies. ALJs have powers similar to judges, such as administering oaths, taking testimony, and issuing decisions based on evidence and relevant laws and regulations. Their decision provides a formal process for resolving disputes. So what's the difference? Less formal than court proceedings, but still adhere to rules, established rules. Okay. Okay, so it's for things like Social Security, environmental regulations, labor management, immigration cases. Okay. Seems sketchy. Seems sus. Seems sussy to me.
But also a handful of high-level distributors, including a guy that we've been talking about, I think, since probably the beginning of the show.
Yeah, since Vima.
Yeah, Alex Morton, who was with Vima.
Woo! Alex Morton. We love Alex Morton.
And he left Vima a few months, I think it was, before the FTC came after them.
Your bit rate is too high for your upload speed. Yeah, I don't think the crackle is me, my friend. I think the crackle is Scott Johnson. I'm monitoring it in my headphones, and it's clear. Lower it to YouTube's recommended range. My bit rate. My bit rate, you say? My bit rate right now is at 6,800. My outputting bit rate. My audio is at 44.1 hertz, which I know is not like the best, but I think it's fine. I would have to end the stream to change this, so I can change that. But right now, I'm outputting at a video at 2560 by 1440p, so you could do 1440p, and the input the base canvas resolution is 4K, but I'm outputting at 1440, and yeah, 6,800 kilobytes per second. I always thought that the higher resolution you're broadcasting in, like the higher resolution your camera is, the higher the bit rate should be. But perhaps, I mean, I've never claimed to be an expert on this either. Scott and Peter's audio is top tier. Yeah, you should always wear a polo, says Aaron Knight. Yes, I agree. I look better in polos, but I'm trying to promote the merch from alwaysmarcomerch.com. What do you want me to do? The code is Goons. The code is Goons for a discount. I can't control that. I have to rock the merch. I have to be on brand, don't I? I mean, I don't have to, but you get me.
But he was not named in the Vima case, which I think was a big mistake.
Agree with Scott Johnson for a rare occasion. Alex Morton should have been named in the Vima case.
The fact that just because he wasn't with Vima when they submitted the lawsuit does not mean that he was innocent. In fact, I think that he was the main driver.
In Japan, conciliation meetings are required before divorce litigation. She refused to talk about IM Academy at all. So sad. Sorry to hear, John, that she's still in denial. Or maybe she's ashamed. Yeah. Appreciate that, Razorhawk.
Of the program Young People Revolution, which was their tagline, and they were out there just recruiting college students left and right. Out there in the Arizona State area, which is located just outside of Phoenix, and they were just making tons of money recruiting college kids with very little retail sales, by the way, and a lot of these kids were being told things like, why spend your parents, either spending money or even tuition on all of that silliness, spend it on Vima and you can make a whole lot more money. And so some of the students did that. They lost money, and the rest is history. But Alex Morton was not prosecuted, unfortunately, because he went over to, I think, 3 or 4 different MLMs over the years, and he ended up in IYOVIA, which this time around, fortunately, he also skipped shortly before the lawsuit, a few months before the lawsuit. And he was...
That's true. He left to GFU, a new MLM, which I will undoubtedly be covering.
Put on the list. So, excuse me. So he was put on the list, and I know that you heard a rumor this past week, Peter, that he was arrested. Now, I have not been able to find evidence of that.
I don't think that's true.
And I know that the
Okay, I need to lower my bit rate. See, I thought I had to... I just asked ChatGPT, in OBS, should I make my output bit rate higher or lower if I'm experiencing lag or crashing issues? I'm streaming 1440p video. And it says, lower your bit rate. See, I thought you need to increase the bit rate so you have more bits to handle shit. Higher bitrate equals more data to send. Ah, okay. Oh, makes sense. Lower bitrate, less strain. That's good to know. Oh shit, YouTube recommended. No, but this is way too high. What did I say I'm at? What did I say my bitrate is at? 6,000, right? 6,800. For 1440p, they're recommending 9,000. And I'm still getting crashing issues. So it actually wants me to go even higher. If I'm doing 60 FPS. Okay, but I'm only doing 24 frames per second. Okay. Oh, it wants me to go 6 to 9,000, which is why I ended up at 6,800. It wants me to go, yeah, I'm right in between. I'm right in the middle there, 6,800 for 24 frames per second. If your computer is crashing, it could also be GPU, CPU overload from encoding 1440p at too high a setting. So lowering bitrate and switching to a more efficient encoder. Yeah, that is one thing that OBS sometimes says, encoding overload. If you tell me your upload speed and streaming platform, okay, troubleshoot this shit. YouTube. Okay, for YouTube at 1440p, lower your bitrate to 9,000 to 18,000. That's way higher. That's even more. That's double what I'm, Check your upload speed. My upload speed's good. Make sure your encoder settings are reasonable. Use NVENC if on NVIDIA GPU. I'm on a Mac M3 MacBook Pro Max. If drop frame network lower bitrate. I'll have to play around with it off stream and test it. But I'm not the best at this. If skipped frames, encoding lag, lower resolution, FPS, or switch encoder settings. If you want, okay. Crazy. Danny says, I am on the bottom of the earth. Sounds broadcasting fine on the TV. Okay. Aaron says, I was a diamond leader in VMA. Alex Morton is the worst of the worst. I agree. Crazy. Production is blessed. Yeah, definitely share your story. I'd love to have you on Multi-Level Misery, dude. Yeah, lower my resolution, perhaps. It was just Danny's phone, everyone. It was just his phone.
FTC cannot put somebody in prison, with the exception if they don't follow a court order, then they can be found in contempt of court and go to jail and prison for that. But as far
he could have also been arrested in another country. I don't think he's in the United States. He's big in Europe.
He may have left the United States. He might be in Dubai. I mean, that's where everyone goes because they don't have an extradition agreement with the United States. I mean, Dubai is a very corrupt country when it comes. I don't think it's just MLMs, by the way, but it's definitely MLMs. And a lot of people either operate out there or they flee there because they know they can't be brought back here to face justice. So yeah, he might be somewhere overseas as well. But if the FTC was smart, I don't think they are. What they should have done if he was in this country and got arrested, they should have hauled him in before a judge and had that judge order him to give up his passport. Not that that's a foolproof way of keeping you in the country, but at least it's a measure. You could also say, hey, this guy's a flight risk. Let's put an ankle bracelet on him, with a GPS monitor because he's a flight risk. I think you can do that for civil cases. I'm not 100% sure. But anyway, I mean, there's no doubt he's a flight risk. He has a lot of money. He has a lot of reasons to not face justice. So, yeah, we don't know where he is. He may or may not have been arrested, but that's the story going around. But I would definitely, if the FCC was smart, and they can, I said if they can, I don't know if they can, when they do these cases of people that have a lot of reasons to flee the country, to put the ankle bracelet and take away the passport, and that way the only way they get out of the country is to either cheat by getting another passport, and I'm sure you put on some kind of a list, do not issue a passport to this person. But they can change their name, they can sneak out, all these other avenues where you can still escape, but at least put some kind of reasonable, confinement methods applied. And so anyway, that's kind of a mystery. It's an interesting story. We'll see where it goes. But so far, it's been several days. I haven't seen anything, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It just means it's not out there publicly because you kind of heard it through the grapevine. So yeah, that's the I guess the really big story this past week or two.
There's a couple of things.
You want to add to that?
Yeah, there's just a couple of things related to that. When I was told that there were some rumors that he was arrested, I did, typical Google searches, and I came across something that led us to believe that he's negotiating. So these are like court documents. So this isn't like hearsay, what I'm going to say right now, but there's some court documents that they've been filing, meaning Alex and his attorneys have been filing for extensions on.
I was still listening, by the way. I had it on my phone too.
Settlements with the FTC. So usually what happens is if you've been accused of the things that they're accusing him of, they say, hey, you got to send us in all your financial records. We want to basically do an investigation like of where what kind of money you have coming in, what kind of money you might have been sending out, what have you done with it, kind of thing. So they want like a financial accountability. And they've been going after him, meaning Alex Morton, for this. And I think the third extension was granted for
Alex Morton deserves the death sentence, in my opinion.
Or meaning, hey, we need more time. We're trying to settle this stuff out. But the third extension was granted, and Scott, I sent you the link to this. Whereas July 21st, which is this month.
The death sentence is too generous a sentence for Alex Morton for all the lives he's destroyed. It's unfathomable. Incalculable.
Is the deadline. So it could be very well that he's negotiating some kind of a settlement with the FTC to whatever they're going to do. Now, according to the paperwork that we've seen in the complaint, they're talking about people like him, meaning Alex.
What up, Serendipity? No, you can still buy Vima, Devon. You can still buy it online. Mangosteen. He drinks only Verve and lemonade powder, packets, and bottled water. Insane. Someone's just told us you are now living in India? Hell nah. Fuck no. LOL Legend says Marco fled to India. So funny. Yeah, you got me. Exposed. Building Fortunes Radio feels like enhanced interrogation. So true. Mr. Beast never goes over 1080p. I know, but I like to stream in 1440 because sometimes I download the streams and I'll forget to record them natively into OBS. So I'll download them from YouTube later, and that fucking microwaves the quality. So if I streamed it at 1440, it's gonna microwave it down to like 1080. And if I stream it at 1080, it's gonna microwave it down to like even worse than that. So, ideally everything just would run smooth, for fuck's sakes.
Like specifically receiving over $76 million. So I don't know what kind of an offer the FTC is going to settle for, but they're thinking $76 million. And I think we discussed this on previous radio shows where it's probably even more than that he has in his pocket because he was.
There's no way Alex Morton has fucking $76 million.
Selling the trainings and a whole bunch of other stuff that probably were put into a different company's name relative to his coaching programs or books or whatever other kind of tools or systems that he might have in place. So we don't know what they're actually settling for or about, but we do know the date is a pretty hard date, which is this Monday. So who knows what's going on? And
is that true? See, I wasn't even aware of this shit.
Knows if he's been doing the stuff that he's been doing, and that could be some of the reasons why he might have been arrested, because if he's running around Europe or anywhere else and really not corresponding with the FTC, they have every ability to, like you said, pull his passport, and who knows if he's still a United States citizen, because I found that some top MLM guys, they basically stop becoming U.S. citizens. So they denounce U.S. citizenship. So therefore the FTC has a harder time being able to claw back or grab back or do anything if they're not even a U.S. citizen anymore. And I don't know anything about Alex Morton and what his level of sophistication is relative to pre-planning this, but he's been under the watchful eye of the FTC and probably the SEC for a decade. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's already done some things to try to cover himself. But it's interesting to see how it goes. We'll see.
It is, and I wonder if the FTC is trying to get money in from the MLMs that he was in previously. I don't know if that's even on the table. But here's
just making shit up now.
I think he's on his third wife right now, and I think he has a couple kids.
Alex,
and the fact that I think so.
I'm not aware of that. I'm pretty sure his fiance is the first, but I don't know.
I think he's been married 3 times. I think I read that somewhere that he's on his third wife and he has a couple kids. But anyway, just the fact that he's negotiating, to me, implies he's in the country. I don't think the FTC would negotiate with him if he was outside the country. I think that would kind of be
maybe his
prerequisite.
His lawyers.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, like I say, I'm not a lawyer, but to me, it just wouldn't make sense, from a regulator standpoint, to be negotiating with somebody who's not even in the country, and all you're doing really is spinning your wheels, because no matter what comes out of it, you can't do anything about it if he stays overseas. So I don't know. All these things I don't know, but to me it implies at least that he's in the country. All those things. So yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. And generally, you can get extensions on these things if both sides tell the judge, yeah, we're making progress. So the FTC is making progress. It's not just stonewalling. If they thought he was just doing the Iranian or Hezbollah or I should say Hamas technique of just keep negotiating forever.
So funny. Scott being pro-Israel is the most unsurprising, but also the most unsurprising, but also how do I explain it? He finds ways to make himself look even worse and be even more unlikable, Amazing. Appreciate you, real estate consultant. You don't need to be at that house party. Come on, it's 2025. We're too old for this. David, what up, David? Jordan, what's up? Jordan Tupper. You're a sordid lover. Burning Fortunes Radio, yes. Challenge, eat street food in India or recruit 5 people who recruit 5 people, right? Eric Worre is the second one. Eric Worre's up there too. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. Yeah, that's going to be on his gravestone. Or rather his whatever grave they give to the John Does, the unmarked grave, because he can't afford an actual headstone. Success is to suck in excess. Yeah, the Hamas technique. So funny.
Never get to the end point. Then the judge would say, okay, let's stop negotiating and let's get down to action, because we can't just negotiate forever. There's got to be progress.
Beyond tells me that the site that was hosting the bingo is shut down now, so we have to find a new hosting thing.
So apparently the FTC feels there's progress, and we'll see what happens. Monday, like you say, is the deadline. Will they get a 4th extension? Maybe, if they're still making progress. Maybe they're still waiting for him to deliver some financial records, like we saw with what's his name? Who's that guy that negotiated forever and ever?
The guy from Regal, whatever. What's his, Cardiff?
Yeah, Cardiff. Yeah. So I mean, hopefully the FTC has learned their lesson from that, and they're not going to keep negotiating forever, because that's what happened there. Was in fact, I think the FTC actually pushed back on Cardiff and said, this guy is just delaying, judge. There's no action here. But the judge had, for some reason, a soft spot, and he just kept giving him more time and more time. In fact, as I recall, with that case with Cardiff, the FTC demanded that he put this guy in jail until he delivers the documents. And the judge said, no, I'll give him some more time. So, and now he's over in Ireland or something, running around, and they can't get to him. And I think Ireland and I think France, they have laws where if you denounce your American citizenship and you become, for example, an Irish or French citizen, then the
IDF model is the IDF technique is recruiting 5 models who recruit 5 models to make TikToks for Israel. So true. Kal-El, no.
Extradition agreement does not allow them to extradite you to America. Now, if you were a dual citizen, maybe they could. But if you were French only, or I should say non-American, then they wouldn't extradite you. Every country has different agreements with other countries, so there's a lot of variables there. But it's an interesting story, and I'm just glad that Alex Morton is being chased, because I felt since the very first day of the VEMA thing coming out that he should have been a named target, because they did name one other distributor, Tom Alkazan, something like that. I recall. He was another very high-level distributor, and they went after him. So I was thinking, well, if they go after him, why not Morton? But they didn't. So it only took a decade or so, to get at least pointing in the direction of justice. We'll see what happens.
We called it from the very beginning. If we were to transcribe all our radio shows and then be able to search through those transcriptions, we would find that way back, almost 10 years ago,
there would be 8 million search results if you had a transcript of all their shows in one long PDF, and you did Command F. And you searched for the word tool scam, it would never end. It'd be an end. It's 83 million instances of the word tool scam in 10 years worth of this show.
We were
Command F, Roger, the computer crashes. Roger Van, the computer crashes.
Basically calling this out, that this young guy is going to wind up in jail eventually. And who knows, that may still happen. But the reality is that we've been kind of calling this out. And we also basically said how he was really...
Yes, Scott and Peter, congratulations. You did it. You predicted it. You predicted that Alex Morton would eventually be caught by the FTC or by whomever for being a scammer. It was you. It was not anybody else. You were the voices that publicized the you were the voices that publicized Alex Morton's wicked ways. It wasn't me with my videos on I Am Academy that have over 1 million views combined. It wasn't, it wasn't my Instagram posts that literally hundreds of thousands of people saw in 2021 and my Instagram stories. It wasn't that. It wasn't any of the other videos that have been made about Vima or Alex Morton or any of the people in IM. It wasn't the small accounts. It wasn't any of the people on Instagram who told their own stories about it and hosted Instagram lives and made stories and posts about it and highlights. And it wasn't any of them. It was you guys. You did it. That was the primary source that people found out from. Congratulations.
I'm not going to call him a victim, but he was groomed by this industry to become the type of person he became. And that was, if you wanted like a case history of this, you can actually use his life as the example of the grooming that has happened that puts people from a college student who has a lot of, charisma or, whatever the qualities you would say would be something that would be attractive to other young college students. But whatever, I'm not going to throw him under the bus here. But in essence, he was groomed by people like Bob Proctor.
Bob Proctor. Yes, that's true. Bob Proctor did groom Alex Morton. And trust me, Peter Mingles knows a lot about grooming, so he would be the best person to talk about this. But yeah, that is true. I mean, but it's almost making it sound like he's a victim of it, even though he said I'm not. But he knows what he's doing. He's a fucking psychopath and a scammer. Fuck Alex Morton.
And some of the other ones to become the quote-unquote criminal that he is. And he could potentially go to jail if they wanted to, because they're putting people like, and this is kind of bleeding into a different story, but like Omega Pro, which was a trading company, they basically arrested Mike Sims and another guy for criminal stuff, and they could go away for 20 or 40 years based on however they want to stack up the charges. Well, if the DOJ decides that, you know what, we want to take this to the next level with Alex Morton, Chris Terry, whatever, there certainly could be criminal charges. So he's just a prosecutorial decision away from going to jail, maybe for a really long time. So we'll see what happens.
Hope so.
Yeah, that's another possibility of this arrest. Maybe the DOJ has gone after him. That's another possibility. We don't know, but that would explain an arrest. Would be that the DOJ, was referred this case from the FTC. The FTC said, hey, there's criminal stuff here as well as civil stuff, and so the DOJ needs to get involved in that side of things. So yeah, we'll see. It's an interesting thing that's playing out. It's probably gonna take a little while, to really come to an end point. But the whole company's collapsed. I mean, the company's gone, and I've read some things where at least some of the high-level people have fled the country. So we could be talking about this, just like OneCoin for years.
David Immunite, also in I Am Academy, was in OneCoin. You love to see it.
It'll never go away, but we'll see. It'll be interesting.
I'm gonna say not that we could, but we will be talking about this for years, because historically speaking, we're gonna be talking about this for the next 5 to 10 years. These types of stories last for a long time. So
the fastest prologue, and you're exactly right.
Yep. Okay, so I brought up Omega Pro, that Mike Sims is basically, he was indicted and arrested, and there's another guy whose name I don't know, but Mike Sims was a pretty big guy, big physically, but also got hooked up with Omega Pro, and their allegations are is that they
talk about always Marco and how stupid he is.
More, I think, from these people. I think it might have even been way more than that as far as the company. But Mike Sims, I think, was very big in Zija, I think. And it's sad to see, well, sad in the idea that this happens to the people that follow them. But these guys have basically really hurt a lot of people. I just spoke to someone today about, and this is a name that's not in the headlines, although it should be, Robert Craddock and the NFT Rewards, which is his spin-off of the Zeke Rewards thing. He's basically telling everybody that they're going to get their money back eventually when the company is sold. But he's allegedly used most or all of the money that was brought in for his own purposes. So paid off a plane, paid off 2 houses, I hear. And now he's telling people that they can't get their money back because he's got to wait until the company, he's promising them they're going to get their money back after the company is sold.
They keep going. They're making a lot of money. But in their wake, they're just leaving all kinds of people that thought they were in a legitimate business, but they weren't. and they didn't know about it until too late, and they lost a bunch of money. And it's a real shame. It's a real shame that the FTC really hasn't figured this out. And all they have to do is listen to one or two of these shows, and they'll have the answer. But so far, and actually, if they listen,
you don't have to listen to any of their shows.
To
Nobody knows grooming like me. These radio show guys are our generation's Nostradamus. So true. Control F, hired and fired myself. Is there any mathematical reality where MLM could make sense? Not unless you had an unlimited amount of people, ever expanding people. Like you'd have to start recruiting aliens and shit. Specs says we don't talk about Israel. Shh. Sorry, Specs. Specs is a mod, so he has the authority. You know what's crazy? I used to hand out mod wrenches like it was fucking candy. Somebody donates $40 back in 2019. You're a mod. Boom. Nowadays, brother, I mean, when was the last time you guys saw me give someone a mod wrench? There's some contenders. Don't get me wrong. Devon, Devon, Benjamin. I mean, there's some names. I mean, the memberships that can be gifted or purchased to make your name green, those can go away. Those expire. The blue is forever, baby. The wrench is forever. You can't fake that wrench. You get a star next to your name if you got the fucking membership. But the wrench, I mean, David Shapiro's got one. Don't ever call me anti-Semitic. David Shapiro, you know what that last name sounds like. You know what the origin of the last name Shapiro is. No Ben, but you already know. David's in that bitch. Jordan Tupper. I don't even know what Jordan Tupper looks like. And this guy got a mod wrench. That means he must have done something serious. Matter of fact, I might just take it away from Jordan Tupper just for no reason. Just to rule with an iron fist and show you that nobody's safe. Let me see. No, I'm just playing Jordan Tupper. Oh, I do know what Jordan Tupper looks like. I'm lying. I went to his channel. He's out there playing guitar. I know what the fuck he looks like. Jordan Tupper's in there. You've got... There's a few contenders. Grace comes to play when it's time to stream. Grace definitely comes to play with the comments. Let's see who else. Shu Murphy is a potential. Burger Baron, definitely potential there. We have to do more research. We have to, they have to take the blood oath. Did I say Viz Mayhem? Did I say Shu Murphy? I mean, there's potential for a lot of these people. Weebit, the amount of Unicity lives I've seen on TikTok in the last 3 months is insane. Trust and believe, brother. We got to get them. Anoint one wrench tonight, Marco, among the members. That's tough. That's super tough. There's some real killers in the chat tonight. I mean, Devon, Dave Vaughn. It's a friendly competition, but they will kill each other in hand-to-hand combat for sure for that mod wrench. Believe me. And then once you have the mod wrench, combat becomes even easier because you have a weapon now. Burger Baron. Specs got a mod for being a cutie, says Legend. So true. The current moon cycle is also important. Yes, thank you. Benjamin understands. The wrench is the Hollywood star equivalent in the Goon commune, actually. Knowing I am a yeah, well. And don't forget the chastity requirements. Yes, very important. The chastity requirements. I mean, I look out the window there. You see the big window. I look out the window onto the commune grounds, and I see y'all. I see you picking berries and collecting twigs and, plucking grass and things like that. I see what you've done. I'm proud. I like what I'm seeing. And I watch, I watch from here. I watch from my desk. The ladies, they give me reports. Jessica, Harley, Pamela, Helen, they all give me reports. So, and then sometimes I take the elevator. I go down. I go to the lounge, whatever. You get me. It's, it's good. It's good. But I don't know. Can we make a wrench MLM? Yes. I remember the one name who put a wrench in their username themselves. Yeah, that was dirty. That was greasy. Did I miss a blood oath? No, Alex, you didn't. Trust me. See, Alex was like not even watching the stream, and he sensed as soon as I started talking about wrenches, he's like, zzz, his ears perked up. The sleeper cell code, you know, when they tell the Winter Soldier like 17, Alaska, Red Dolphin, whatever, and he's like, it's like the code that makes him, that activates him. That basically happened with Alex, and he woke up. He's like, whoa, hold on, let me jump into chat. I know they're not talking about mods. Dave and I would be reduced to dust in our brawl for wrench ship. So true. Yes. Is it Stacy? Is it Becky? Is it Keisha? Is it Ashley? Ass is bent over, poked out gathering. Yes, so true. I comment too easy after every live stream on 80% of streams. That's so true, Shoe Murphy. But 80%, I mean, it just makes you wonder where that other 20% went, right? Makes you wonder.
My input that I mentioned earlier to the 2022 business opportunity rule revision, if they just read that and understood it, they would act very differently and
talk about Marco.
Fix this problem. But they just haven't figured it out yet. So, you know, this type of thing keeps going on and on.
Well, it also leads you to maybe draw the same conclusion. You would say, why don't we fix homelessness? You know, why don't we fix drug addiction? Why don't we fix the prison system? Why don't we fix the whatever, the banking system? And the answer is, well, maybe there's some people that just don't want to. They're served by having a problem. And it's I think it's a pretty common.
Suck Beer Singh, a contender, even on vacation in Whistler. What the fuck you doing in Whistler in the summer? Mountain biking? That's a winter place.
Theme among some of the anti-MLMers that the FTC really is not interested in fixing the problem because then they'd be out of work. They're interested in just making sure that they have other problems to solve. And it really makes you wonder sometimes, Scott, because, you know, we were screaming about OneCoin from almost the very beginning, and it took forever for that to happen. We were screaming about stuff that was going on with other cryptocurrencies. And again, they're just allowed to happen. And it makes you wonder, does the FTC really want to shut these things down and protect consumers? Or do they want to keep their job? Because if they wanted to shut a lot of these things down, they certainly could, way earlier than when they allowed.
Devon, I agree with you. And normally their show is 1 hour long. And I swear when I screened this episode to react to tonight, it was not 2 hours.
Them to continue to go and then hurt a lot of people.
Oh, hiking. Okay, I'll allow it. I'll allow it, Suck Beer. Getting those legs strong for hiking around the commune, am I right?
So you get that little bit of a conspiracy going on. Do they really want to? And the answer, somebody could actually make a very good case for.
Anybody here live in Washington State? I'm trying to see something.
Or no, they really don't want to because they're not going to put themselves out of work.
Or like Seattle? I'm trying to see something.
Yeah, it is job security, you know. It is job security because what the FTC generally claims is, well, every company is different. We have to do a deep dive. It takes about 3 years to really analyze an individual company. You know, and there's several hundred in the United States alone. And so you're never going to get there unless you really look at the whole industry.
That's actually true. I agree with that.
And come up with some very simple rules. You know, hey, you can make money on tools. You just have to be upfront about it. And you have to have retail sales. You know, why are those very simple, common sense things not addressed? It befuddles me, you know, because these people should know these things. It boggles my mind. But you know, your point might be right, Peter. Maybe they just don't want to lose an opportunity to continue their job, and they have to make it look really hard to look like they're necessary, right?
So they want their funding, so they want their funding, and there's no purpose in there's no profit in putting away businesses that aren't big. So you got to wait until they're big so you can get the money to be able to help, you know, put more money into the treasury or whatever might be going on. But everyone's just gotten, I know this is a little bit off topic, but it's very typical.
Thumbs up the thing and watch us fly to over 100 viewers. Watch us.
About like I received a phone call a couple months ago, and it was a scam. And I figured, you know what? I can see it's a scam, but I don't want anybody to get hurt because this is the kind of thing. These guys were really good. And I figured, you know what? They're going to wind up getting an old person who doesn't know anything different. You know, some people say, well, you're old, Peter, right? So old's relative. But they'll find somebody who's a little bit less sophisticated as far as the technology is concerned. And I made probably a couple hours worth of phone calls. FTC, local sheriff's department, and all that sort of stuff. And I was so frustrated when I was done. I mean, I even called the company because they use a toll-free number. So I'm like, listen, there's got to be some way to be able to track these people down or at least shut off the toll-free number or anything else associated with it. And all along the way, all I heard was, well, we really can't help you until you've been ripped off. Like, we're not going to be able to help you until you have a claim, like that you've been damaged. You haven't been damaged yet, we just don't do anything. And some of the people that I was speaking with, they said, we know this is...
Also, y'all know I did a 4-hour stream yesterday with my cousin Gabby, right? On my second channel, Always Marco 2. Enjoy that. We talked about everything.
But this is just the way it is. And it's almost like, wow, there's no, you know, they talk about consumer protection. There's really no consumer protection in the real world. I mean, if there was enough people like maybe you or me, you know, sounding the alarm saying, hey, man, you got to check this out or whatever, you got to check this out. There's plenty of money in the federal government.
Benjamin says, I'm getting meat ready for late night grilling. Devon says normalize late night grilling. So true. Burger Baron says you guys are allowed to eat meat in the commune. Oh, Benjamin, pork tenderloin, haram, and chicken thighs. Good. Make it chicken breast. These free nights from the commune. Free nights from the commune? Where the fuck are you? You're not in the commune right now? Seize him at once. Kill him. Only Marco gets meat, true. What do you mean, you guys? We all eat gruel. You're in the commune too. All y'all. I'm not allowed to eat meat. That's why I'm wondering. I even called the company because it's a toll-free number. Peter, put that on a t-shirt right now. Put that on a t-shirt right now. Let's make some motherfucking money. Love the chat with Mr. Poop. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, just when I think Dead Poop 420 doesn't have anything new and shocking to say, he says something even fucking crazier. So, all your exes need to be from Texas. Shu Murphy, when this dono goal gets to $200 because of Shu Murphy dropping $85, you're gonna understand what it means. You're gonna hear a story about how all my exes live in Texas. You're gonna hear a story about it, and it may be in a poetic prose, and it may be in a very fast-spoken poetic prose. You could almost call it double time rapping or chopping, and but we'll never know until we get the dono goal to at least 200, because
for them to be able to investigate and shut down the people down early. But I don't think there's any profits in it. And profits meaning not necessarily the way we think about profits to a business. I'm talking about, well, wait a minute. If you shut off the ability for us to let companies grow.
Benjamin says my indulgences have likely disqualified me for the ranch, even though I'm on free night. What the fuck are you talking about? Free night? Who sanctioned free night? I never made that up. I never gave anyone a free night. Who? Did one of the High Council go over my head and decree to the rank and file goons that there's such a thing as a free night? Come forward and tell me who it was, and you won't be in trouble.
And then be able to grab, the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars or whatever, and be able to supply all our lawyers and our receivers and everything else. We'd have no money to be able to do all these fun stuff with. And I think that's part of the challenge. Certainly something to be looked at. It's got to be one of the variables on why it's allowed to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it makes no common sense.
Nope.
But, and I sort of get the idea.
Also, we don't say the F word on the comment. We don't say free. Nothing's free. Nobody is free. You're here for a purpose, okay?
From the standpoint that, you can't prosecute until there's an actual crime. Because if you just say there's a potential crime, then it's hard to go after somebody. However, I think you probably had enough information to say, look, these guys are calling people all the time, and I'm turning them in. If you would investigate other people that have been scammed already, then you could have something where an actual law has been broken. But they don't even want to do that. They're government workers, man. They're lazy. That's part of it too, I believe. They really just don't care. That's really another bottom line. Is they might pretend to care, or if they're, it's some congressional.
Look at this bullshit. Motherfuckers are, somebody's doing some weird contract, Dora the Explorer, Bob the Builder subcontracting scam under my nose. Listen to real estate consultant. This guy says, I'm allowed my own zoning within the compound with ample barbed wire. Put me in the hinterlands as a forward operating post. Y'all just making it up now. It was Dave, and this isn't an attempt to win the wrench fight. Wow, this is like the movie Conclave, where they're trying to choose a new pope, and then some of the cardinals start spreading rumors about each other to get them disqualified from the papacy. It's exactly what this is like. Have I ever tried to interview Alex? Who? Alex Morton? Buddy, I'm the boogeyman to that guy. He'll never respond.
Hearing, they'll look real concerned, but otherwise, now I got my cushy job. Yep. I'm not going to make waves. I'm up for a promotion, and so
they're groomed into compliance.
Yeah, or not up for a promotion. I'm happy where I'm at, and I don't want to upset the wheelbarrow, right? Yep. I don't want to raise my head up. I might, get something I don't want. So it's crazy. It really is.
Well, that's one of the benefits of listening to our radio show, because we have a tendency of being able to show you some of these issues, so this way you don't have to be scammed.
If only it was on video and I could actually see it instead of just taking your word for it and saying, I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere.
So this way, we show you what to look for. We talk about some of the things that happen in the industry, so you can make your own personal decision if you want to join them or get involved or put your head in the sand. At least you knew. So that's one of the reasons why I like to do this radio show. Okay, so what else is new? What else is new in the MLM world?
Also, there surely is no way that there's some sort of back-end analytics that they can view to see their traffic on this site. Nobody's listening to this. Nobody is watching this.
And you did mention something, Peter, that kind of sparked my interest. It would be nice to take all
90 minutes into their show.
our voice recordings and be able to put them, automated, obviously, in written format, so you could do a search.
Yep.
You can do a search for whatever term you want to, and you can find every single show that we've done. It's around 500 now, and see all of the instances that came up. That's a really interesting, idea that you brought up. Might be worth me looking into, or if you already know how to do it, that would be an interesting thing.
Actually, the technology, and I'll only mention it because the technology is there. Like everything we do is recorded, so you'd be able to take the recording, download it, and then basically upload it and train AI stuff. So you form a database with all the stuff in there. Just slap on is a slang term for, and it's a lot more technically involved, but just slap on an AI model that can go do the searching. And we could have, not only could we have a book, we could have a whatever, but we have a whole training thing. And Scott, we can even train our voices. So someone can ask a question and it would look through our training model and basically answer a question the way Scott or Peter would, based on the way we've answered questions before. So we could live forever, Scott. Like we could live forever. Like people can have us answer their questions, or say anything else they want us to say. But that's all really possible. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's only going to get better. I mean, they're making progress, leaps and bounds with AI. In fact, I heard something a week or so ago. It's getting to the scary point. It's getting to the point where people are nervous about the machines getting so smart that they can make decisions like, these humans are really causing a lot of problems on this planet. Let's just get rid of them.
Yep.
Wow. In 2025, Scott and Peter are making us face very compelling philosophical hypotheticals that certainly weren't the subject of sci-fi movies 30 years ago about what happens if the machines become so intelligent as to do away with human influence. I mean, where else are you going to get this kind of deep conversation? Where else are you going to hear it? Only Building Fortunes Radio. That's why I would be doing a disservice to my 112,000 subscribers if I didn't rebroadcast this show on my show and help make it more digestible for our feeble little minds to be able to understand, or at least try to understand, the immense and incalculable and immeasurable knowledge of these absolute sages, these wizards.
Knowledge.
That's real. That's not a joke. That's something that people are really concerned about. Is literally the machines taking over like that. All I got to do is say, just make sure you have one hand on the power plug.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Because by the time, what a fucking idiot. Because by the time the machines are like self-sufficient enough to eliminate all humans, the fail-safe to defeating them is still just going to be. Yeah, the fail-safe is going to be unplugging them like they're still connected to the wall outlet. They're not going to have solar panels on the outside of their body, which doubles as armor. They're not going to have like batteries that they know how to change and recharge. Like, no, it's going to be plugging them into a wall. This guy is a genius. This guy, Scott Johnson, is a genius. Thank you, Crypto Ponzi Scheme Avenger, Danny. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Scott discovers machines versus humans. Yep. They're both so proud of themselves. AI will take over before the FTC taking over MLMs, for real. What's going to happen first? MLMs getting shut down or GTA 6? Oh, look at that. That was a perfect Scott Johnson giggle.
Yeah, the whole AI stuff is very interesting and very dynamic as we go, because I'm into this stuff, so I research it a lot.
I'm into this stuff, says a guy who's talking through a fucking tin can with a string. Hello?
But who knows what the AI model is going to mean for a lot of things, including MLM. So there's a lot of things that are happening. I had an interesting thing, Scott. I had somebody who invariably took what we're just talking about here. They basically did a download of a recent radio show. Then they did an AI towards creating an email that referenced that specific radio show, and then they were trying to pitch me on a deal. So unfortunately, more fortunately for me, the person who did this, or whatever it was that did this, they think, or weren't thinking, that we do like one radio show all the time, so it's just like Peter Mingles. So when they did their AI thing to generate an email, like we had Jean-Luc that talks about sailboats, had another guy that's talking about real estate, had another guy that's talking about something else, and they wound up emailing me multiple times with all the different approaches. That's how I knew where they got the information from. So the reality is that there's a lot of people that are doing the things that we're talking about, whether we know it or not, like it or not, and whether you're conscious of it or not. But all of this is happening very quickly, and I don't know where it's going to go, and who knows what it's going to mean towards anything.
Y'all forgot about the AI Losing Fortunes radio that already exists. Y'all already forgot about this.
Welcome to Losing Fortunes Radio. Be sure to disregard us at losingfortunesradio.com, in addition to our marketing waifus.
So fucking funny to me still.
We're here to enlighten our Zoomers marketing network, repel customers, drain their glizzies, and worsen the world at losing.
Oh yeah, did you guys hear that phone? Yeah. It's like it's like an old rotary phone.
Fortunes. We're oblivious to the significance of your business to you and the unimportant people around you. So keep it a secret. Avoid acquaintances, ignore our newsletter, and refrain from making any positive impact in your world.
You could use BFR as a whip at any workplace. If production ever slows to a certain point, at least an hour of BFR airs at max volume. You know what's funny is I would use that on the commune if people are too slow, like building their mud huts or collecting sticks or berries or whatever. But knowing the goons, they would actually like enjoy it low-key, you know? For me to punish the goons on the commune, I'd have to be like, if you guys don't pick up the pace, no BFR for a month. Everyone's like, no!
Now on to our show with your antagonist, Pooter Little Winky Tingles.
Hello, welcome to Losing Fortunes Radio. My name is Pooter Little Winky Tingles, and on today's show we have...
Honestly, the fact that their actual quality on their real show is so bad lends itself perfectly to an AI deepfake because it's sort of like, it doesn't have to be that good.
have a special guest, Scooter Cox, and we started this radio show 10 years ago to get away from our wives for an hour a day, to have them think we were doing something useful. But we ended up joining an MLM,
Thank you,
Comway, and getting screwed
thank
by
you,
the
Danny.
business, not prioritizing hentai sales.
Thanks for the Pooter on this week's show.
World War II submarine phone.
We are going to talk about the same exact thing as last week's show and make it sound like we didn't just talk about always Marco the narco mocha bear, the cocaine dealer, and the Comway tool scam. Back to you, Pooter.
Like Scooter, I think on last week's episode we wrapped up talking about, creating an MLM version of OnlyFans. As you know, I create and host websites like Losing Fortunes Radio and my Boomer Lead site. Over the week, me and my team created a new site that MLM folks can visit to subscribe to hot young hunbots instead of those weird e-girls. You can visit this site at www.fanconnectprosperitynetwork.com.
And to add on top of that, for FanConnect Prosperity Network site, the starter fee is $150 and requires you to subscribe to our wives' FanConnect account under them as a distributor. From there, you can create your own team of FanConnect models and have them recruit 5, that recruit 5, that recruit 5, and keep this endless chain going.
Thanks, Scott. I think that's where we're going to wrap it up. Is our IBM 5050 can only hold 32 megabytes of audio. Well, see y'all next week on our radio show.
You've been listening to Losing Fortunes Radio on losingfortunesradio.com. For listening, be sure to check us out every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the designated Losing Fortunes.
So fucking funny. And then John Smith. They had John Smith on episode 2. Oh my god. Listen to the diss track.
Welcome to Losing Fortunes Radio. Be sure to
Y'all really thought it was a regular episode of Losing Fortunes Radio. Psych, it's Pooter on the beat handing out L's to Comway. I'm going to let young Scooter take the lead on this track. And hit him, Scooter.
Thanks, Lil Pooter. This time I won't be handing it back. You Comway, you're nothing but a scheme selling dreams, but it's all smoke and steam. Your tools are trash, but it's all for cash. Leaving people broke, no success at all. Promises of riches, but it's all a lie. Recruiting friends and family, making them cry. Your products are pricey and quality's low. You're just a cult, and it's time to go.
Woo!
You prey on the hopeful, the vulnerable too, selling false hope. It's what you do, but I'm here to expose your fraudulent game. In the name of Hentai Comway, your reputation is nothing but shame. So pack up your kits, close up shop. Your pyramid's crumbling. It's time to drop.
Woo!
You won't deceive anymore. We'll stand tall, Comway. Your empire's about to fall. One last thing, this is to my ops. Always Marco the Narcomuca Bear. Watch out or you're next on the list. Back to you, Lil Pooter.
Woo!
This beat was brought to you by the young Glizzy Master, Lil Pooter, signing out.
I mean, absolutely fucking incredible.
Welcome to Losing Fortunes. Drinks is ignore our newsletter.
And welcome to another riveting episode of Losing Fortunes Radio. I'm your host.
I need more of these, please, for God's sakes, please. Please NPAS, please keep making more. This is a lot better than the actual show. Promo.
Pooter Lewinky Tingles, and I'm joined by Scott Coxon, so we started losing fortunes near the end of 2012. OMD joined and left the MLM known as Amway over 3 times. My goal was to make $100K with retail sales, but it seems to be that I was never close to it. That's when Scooter reached out about a tool scam. The MLM knew had a tool scam was Amway. John Smith, the author of the book How to Lose Friends and Manipulate People.
How to lose friends and manipulate people.
Welcome to the show, John.
I thought this was so funny. I lost it when they said welcome to the show, John, and it was just dead air. I thought, oh my god, that is so fucking genius to just have John Smith remain this like elusive figure who like never showed up, like, and then you could have AI Scott and Peter be like, oh well, I guess we had technical difficulties, so there will be no John Smith on this episode. But that's so like them to publish an episode where the title says there's going to be this guest, and then the guest doesn't show up, and they still leave the title as the same thing anyways. I thought that was so fucking funny.
Looks like our guest is not here. I guess I'll start discussing the book with this Scooter. What do you think?
Marco the Narco, ruining our pyramid-loving reputation.
Does John Smith ever pop up? I don't remember.
Professionals due to these MLM dreams, not to mention those pesky tool scams.
Oh yeah, they did create a John Smith voice. I mean, how fucking funny. You can't even make this shit up. I want to be able to do shit for laughing. It's so funny. These videos have more views than actual BFR for real. Yeah, I was just reminded of this because Scott and Peter talking about we wish we could transcribe and use AI to transcribe our voices. I mean, you can. When can we watch Dancing Guy BFR? I mean, I don't know. How many times have you listened to this? Be honest. All of the views are me. Better than Drake, for real. So funny. Donald Trump. Gee, why won't you pick up?
Whether it's an anti-MLM person, or whether it's an MLM company trying to sell a product, or someone doing customer service, it's crazy out there. Or where it's going to get MLM companies shut down, because an AI model could certainly get an AI company shut down with false medical claims and false things or whatever, saying things the wrong way. And how in the world is a federal regulator going to realize that this is an AI bot, not necessarily?
You guys want me to break my diet and order unhealthy food, order pizza, and stay up late tonight and watch Inglourious Bastards or something. And I won't do it, okay? I won't do it. Even if you paid me $100, I wouldn't do it.
Really, a real person that's violating these principles. So these are all challenges everybody's going to start facing.
Yeah, I've heard some discussion about the FTC potentially using AI to do searches for.
So they were actually training people how to basically.
That's still
skipping ahead.
My favorite name of an MLM because it's like these red lights flashing. I am a scam. I am a scam.
If they need it.
Yeah, there was a company a few years ago that was fined like $800 million. Just extraordinary amount of money.
8-figure dream lifestyle.
Was that the one? Yeah. That's still my favorite name of an MLM because it's like these red lights flashing. I am a scam. I am a scam.
Not 6-figure, not 7-figure, 8-figure dream lifestyle.
Another thing I heard about it, because AI does have a lot of upside potential, but something I heard just within the last week or so, Peter, is companies are laying off a lot of middle managers because they don't need
a chatbot, but a lot of companies are.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate you. Here's a slice of pizza. Thank you so much.
Hold on the idea that this is wonderful, it's working.
Inglourious Bastards Discord party, but it's just a supercut of the movie with all the scenes with Colonel Hans Landa, Christoph Waltz's character. It's just his scenes in the movie. Matter of fact, let me see. Inglourious Bastards, but it's just Hans Landa. Is that? Here we go. Inglourious Bastards. All Hans Landa scenes. Surely there's a playlist on YouTube. It's just the intro scene and the restaurant scene on loop. we stop before he gets the swastika carved into his forehead by Brad Pitt. Would love to see a Marco Cold prospect, right? Yeah, you better thank a union member. Where is it at?
You better thank a union member.
Some of them are going to try to figure it out. Some of them are reversing that decision, but we'll see. It'll be interesting. And while we're talking,
do I watch anime? Honestly, no. My friends were telling me to watch Attack on Titan. Apparently, that's a really good one. But I don't know.
That stuff. There was a ruling that I was concerned about, and it was the click to cancel ruling. The idea that if you were able to going to implement some, so the judge basically said, well, because I don't think the government's job should.
And she said, yeah, there was, I don't remember if it was Google or somebody else.
Skipping ahead, nobody cares.
Security for lawyers, if they can debate it some more and do studies. So that's just like you brought up before with the topic.
Yeah, like with gym memberships. If you want to cancel your gym membership, there's one guy, Louis Rossman, says basically, they're asking me to write a survey.
Oh, shit. What? Peter Mingos talking about Louis Rossman? Peter Mingos likes Louis? Maybe me and Peter have more in common after all more in common than I thought, I was about to say, Peter Mingos doesn't know anything about a gym. He's never had a gym membership. He can't even see. But I guess he watches Louis Rossman.
Certified letter. I got to get to the post office. I have to get a certified letter. I have to send it. All that stuff. And you'd say, wow, this canceling a gym membership. Now, canceling a distributorship. If you think about it. So if you make it too easy, if a system gets hacked, a nefarious person can go and cancel your business. So you don't want something that easy because somebody who steals a database can get in there. And we know there's a lot of data breaches. I don't want it so easy where you have to jump through 27 hoops.
Sign on, and then they send you a text. I think we beat up that topic pretty good. Yeah. Always good discussion. So I guess another thing on my list is this book that's been making the rounds lately called Little Bosses Everywhere.
Here we go. I was prepared for this. I've got my 2 copies of this book, Little Bosses Everywhere, which of course you can't see because I have the green screen set up, and the covers of both of these books are green. So there we go. I have let me turn this off just for a second, just to show you. Just to absolutely show you. All right, so I've got the books here. This one, the soft paperback cover, is the advanced reader copy with the white border. Still corrections were still to be made. I got sent this early so that I could do the interview with Bridget Reed. The publisher sent me this, and she reached out as well, so I appreciate that. And then after the book came out, I came home and there was mail. They also sent me the actual hardcover copy of the book, which, I really appreciate that. So I actually have 2 copies of the book. I should do a giveaway. For the book because I don't need both. And I'm sure that the contents are more or less the same, minus the corrections that might have been made. So, I mean, anyone can go buy this one. This one you can't buy. This one, I guess, the advanced reader copy is more rare. So maybe I should do a giveaway for the advanced reader copy. Ooh, will they allow that? Is that illegal? I don't know. But, I have 2 copies of the book. So let's see what Scott and Peter think about it, Would love to hear that. Let's see what they say.
By a woman by the name of Bridget Reed, R-E-A-D, just like reading a book. And I think I mentioned before, Peter, I've had some bad luck with the name Bridget because there was a Bridget on a blog who made some comments, and I made some comments back to her. And I'm not saying I wish I hadn't done this because it actually was something I was trying to do. But it was part of the reason that Amway terminated me.
So you were bullying people. Okay, Scott, interesting. Hold on, let me see also what Serendipity says here. Serendipity says, it's very popular, Attack on Titan. I personally dropped it after season 2, but I think it's good, especially if you're not big into anime in general. Well, what are some good animes that I should watch that you think is good? Kobe, I can't believe you've done this. Marco, I finally caught alive. I'm usually a replay warrior. You are the GOAT, Kobe or Kobe. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. How rude as well that I, Imagine somebody watching my stream for the first time and they're like, wait, somebody donated to him and he pressed a button that says you're broke, you're poor. Can't believe it. I want to thank also Brent. Brent has booked a 30-minute call with Always Marco on the website, alwaysmarcomerch.com. Let's see if I was in touch with the tech support people on my merch site because the booking thing wasn't working. Oh, perfect. It's absolutely working this time. Awesome. Good to know. Brent, if you are watching this, Brent, I have received the booking. The email looks beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Oh, look at this. Everything worked perfect. The form was filled out. It tells me what time he booked for, what the time zone is, the Google Meet link, the name, and the reason for the call. I can't wait to talk to you. I did a call this morning, actually, for somebody who is on for somebody who bought one from the site, and it was also about Amway. And wow, yes, okay. Absolutely. Okay, this is going to be really good. Brant, if you're watching this, look forward to talking to you tomorrow, and thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's talk. AlwaysMarcoMerch.com. Once I release this guide, once I release the free guide and I start making content about it, and the bookings start going crazy, because honestly, the rate that I'm booking calls right now, and I haven't even really promoted it, I've just sort of soft launched it on my website. Once I actually start like pushing it, bro, price could go up. The price could go up. Simply not even because of like capitalism or greed, but just simply because I worry that I'm going to have like 10 calls a day, and that's all I'm going to be doing every single day, which will be taxing, you know? And will, of course, cut into like other stuff I'm supposed to be doing, like streaming and editing and filming and, you know, other stuff. So yeah, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
Because I answered her in a, let's say, not polite way. And so they brought that up, and then I just threw my hands up saying, look, you know, if you guys are going to...
So I threw my hands up to playing my song. Everybody's getting scammed today. Hey, I hired and fired myself from Amway.
Act like this, I'm just going to keep acting up until you terminate me, and they did.
What a child.
So, the name Bridget is not a good name in my life right now. I'm over 2. I've reached out to this person several times and have not heard back, but she's making the rounds. She's going around.
Oh, can you guys believe that? Can you believe that? Scott Johnson, in all his infinite wisdom, has reached out to Bridget Reed, and she hasn't even responded to him. Bridget Reed, she went on Always Marco's show, but she won't talk to Scott Johnson and Peter Mingles on their prestigious website. Look at this website. Why would you not go on this website? Look, there's an ad here. There's an ad here. Scroll down a little bit. There's an ad here. There's an ad here. Scroll down a little bit. There's an ad here. There's an ad here. Why would you not go on this show? Hold on, 386-445-3585. I'm calling that number right now. I don't care what time it is in Peter's house. Yes, hide it. Okay, here we go. +1 386 445 3585. Calling. It's ringing. Or is it? Sometimes this app that I use to call doesn't always work. Let's try again. Roll it again. Let's see. Use Wi-Fi. What do you mean? Okay, anyways, we'll wait for it to start ringing. Let's see if it does. All right.
You know, giving interviews to news stations, to podcasters. I'm sure she's doing, you know, book signings in bookstores and all that kind of thing, you know, trying to sell these books. And, of course, she's very popular in the anti-MLM world. You know, people are just gaga over her because she wrote this book called Little Bosses Everywhere, which my wife picked up in the library for me because I don't want to put a penny in this woman's pocket. Just like with Robert Fitzpatrick, I bought a used book from his latest book that he...
You sure showed them, Scott Johnson.
...put out, and it was not very good. But, of course, all these anti-MLMers hang together, and they all think each other is the greatest thing. So let me give you just my high-level synopsis and review of his book.
So humble. Let me give you my high-level synopsis.
First of all, it becomes apparent almost in the first page and all throughout the book that she's extremely liberal.
So liberal, that's the worst thing you can be.
Which also appeals to most of the anti-MLMers. Because
she's very liberal, but that's okay, right?
Because they're also extremely liberal. So I can see where she's popular. But she brings up things like, and this is one of my favorite things to criticize, because
Shu Murphy says, I bet you Peter actively went out and checked out Lewis's channel after you talked about it. Yeah, that's fucking true. In all the countless hours we've listened to of Building Fortunes Radio, we've never heard them mention Lewis Rossman, and I've talked about Lewis Rossman several times.
Robert Fitzpatrick.
Serendipity recommends for anime JoJo Siwa, Hunter Biden, Tokyo Drift, Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift, Death Note, Demon Slayer. Good recommendations, Serendipity. I'll check out JoJo Siwa, Hunter Biden, and Tokyo Drift for sure. 137. I half expect him to be a Text Now subscriber. Just because you can't read doesn't mean the book is bad, Scott. High-level synopsis is insane. Sent his wife to the library because of his hometown celebrity status. Yeah, true. You have to understand, Devon. This guy, Scott Johnson, can't just walk into a library. It's a safety hazard at that point. Let's be realistic. Let's be fair.
Years ago, too, because he used to say, the Republicans are terrible with MLMs, and it's only a Republican problem. But he's in the years since, he's kind of come around and saying, well, both parties are not really addressing it, which is fair. Both parties are not. But she brings up the fact, and she goes into this in depth. There's a lot of things she goes into in depth that it's interesting, but it's not really germane to the problem. And that's the main problem I have with the book. She has a lot of interesting details, but when you step back and you go, okay, but what does that really affect? What does that really mean in the big picture? And it's really, even though it's true, it's a meaningless detail, as far as the main problem. And one of the things that both Fitzpatrick and she brought up, it was back in the 1970s, 1975 to be specific. Gerald Ford was president, Republican, and Amway FTC sued Amway in 1975 when Gerald Ford was president, after Nixon quit. And of course, Gerald Ford, his district is, I think it's overlaps in Grand Rapids and Ada, Michigan. I'm pretty sure, they're in the same district. So to me, it's not a weird thing that a representative would know the business people in his own district, especially a huge business like Amway. But she talks about this cabal, basically, between Gerald Ford and the owners of Amway and how they went into the White House one day. And this is true. They did have a meeting with Ford when he was president.
True.
And had a meeting with them. And so this whole thing, was basically a Republican plot not to go after Amway. Well, the trial was not until 1979. And that's when Jimmy Carter, Democrat, was president. And so the fact that they met in the White House with Gerald Ford in 1975, and the lawsuit stayed alive until Jimmy Carter was president, it just kind of dulls the whole argument, the Republican bad, Democrat good. It just, and actually, in my opinion, presidents generally don't get involved in FTC stuff. For
sure.
Right? I mean, they're handling many other issues, and they generally do not get in the weeds. And the FTC is really an independent agency. They're not under the thumb of the president. Now, the president does bring on commissioners that have the right philosophy as far as the president's direction, but they don't. The president does not run the FTC. Does not get involved, I don't think, in the inner workings of the cases and everything.
No,
so,
but there is something sad about that. Is I think some judge just reversed Trump's decision to fire 2 of the FTC commissioners that he did a while back. So I think they're getting their jobs back. So he has the
at least one of them. At least one of them.
Yeah,
it could have been both. I did see some news. It looked like one of them. But I'm sure Trump's going to appeal that. We'll see what happens. That's not over. But you're right.
Breaking news: Scott Johnson has the inside scoop. He has Trump's ear. He has Trump's ear. Watch out. If your name is Marco, you're in trouble.
Little Marco.
Hey, Marco, don't do this.
Yeah, John Smith, blah, 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 check mark.
was a decision for at least one of those two.
That Hunter Biden one is so good.
That he fired. And it does look like it was a little bit of a stretch to fire them. And it's really, to me, I think he was kind of posturing a little bit, I'm in charge type of a thing, and I support Trump. But I think in that case, the case, because you have to have two of the
Scott has a septum piercing. That's so funny. Peter has nipple piercings.
Party, and then three of your own party on the FTC commissioner team. And so, just leave them on there. They're two minority people, minority being Democrats, not color of their skin or anything. And it just, I don't know, to me it was a little bit overboard, but I understand what he's doing. He's trying to assert his dominance because he was dominated in his first term by all of the swamp, as they call it. So I don't blame him. I mean, I don't think I would have done it, but I don't blame him for doing that. That's politics. I mean, that's
yeah. So I would fire them too. I put in my own Democrats, Democrats that I allow. But not a Biden Democrat. I get it.
Yeah. I mean, I think generally, I don't know this for sure. I think generally the minority party sort of nominates the people, and those people are normally approved by the president. I don't think there's usually fights over that like there is the cabinet. The cabinet, there's always fist fights, but I don't think these commissioners, there's really law. And particularly in the areas of, doesn't really amount to anything. When I was in the Navy, we used to call these things oolies. An oolie is something that, it's a true fact, but it has no real practical application. Like how many screws are on that particular check valve? Well, okay, there's 8 or 10 or whatever the number is. But okay, so what? The point is there's enough, and the exact number really is not important. But that's the type of thing that's in this book. It's all these little details, and she never gets around to, what I think is important, and I wish she had contacted.
God forbid we don't all do what Scott Johnson himself thinks is important. It should have been a whole book about the tool scams, which, Scott, why don't you write the book about the tool scams?
Because this could have been a much better book. Because she does talk about lack of retail sales, but she never mentions why you should have them. And that's why I would love to ask her.
I think that's a stupid criticism. Isn't it that obvious that if you're a company that claims to be in the business of sales, direct sales, that you have sales? I don't think it's important to explain that. It's self-explanatory. It's obvious.
What if you did have distributors that were buying only for their own household? They weren't over purchasing. We're not talking about garage qualifying, but they had zero retail sales to customers. What's the problem with that? I think it would befuddle her, just like it does all the other anti-MLM Huns. And it's kind of frustrating because, I'm in this to help people not get scammed. I'm not in this to sell books or to make YouTube videos to make a few bucks and get all, sort of emotional and throw my hands up in the air and contort my face and, all that acting drama stuff.
He's so jealous. He so badly wants to be like a true crime or like drama YouTuber so badly.
I would just like to solve the problem. And it's hard to do it when you have all this noise going on. And she talks about the tool scam too, the Amway tool scam in particular. But she never
Yay!
quantifies the amount of money that these distributors are making. It's just, yeah, they're making money, okay? But if they're making, let's say, 10 or 20% of what they're making from Amway, is that a major issue? I mean, if you increased your income by 10 or 20%, would that be a life changer? Probably not. You might afford to buy something you couldn't afford to buy before, but it's not going to put you in a new house or something. So, it's really lacking as far as those really basic things that we talk about every single week. So that's the frustrating part of it. And she makes a couple of what I would call Marco math errors. Because we know our friend...
Always Marco mentioned.
I put that quotation marks. Has said many, many times on his videos, I'm not very good at math. Well, neither is she. And so let me give you a couple examples here, which I emailed her. I didn't really expect an answer back because it was kind of snarky. Because what I told her was she needs to move 3 zeros from page 191 to page 176. And let me explain what that means. And I'll read a paragraph so you can see some of the background here. So Amway was sued by a couple.
So admits that he was snarky, which is why he never got a response. Good things. Good self-awareness.
By the name of Cairns, Cairnes. You can find that online. So it says Amway settled out of court with the Cairns plaintiff for an undisclosed sum. But the past few years had left the company battered. In 1985, Forbes magazine declared something has been going wrong at Amway Corp, describing an ongoing, quote, unquote, serious sales slump. Corporate revenues were down to just $800,000 from their peak of $1.2 billion with a B in 1981. So what they're talking about here is the company went from essentially 1.2 billion close to zero in just a couple of years, and that's false. They did go from 1.2 billion down to 800 million, not 800,000, and so she was off by a factor of 1,000. And people don't know how large that is, but let me give you an illustration. If you had $10, let's say you gave $10 to a charity. Well, what would happen if you gave a factor of 3, which is what 1,000 is, more or less? Well, 1/1000th of $10 is 1 penny, and 1,000 times $10 is $1,000. And so that's what a factor of 1,000 means.
What are you talking about, Scott?
It's a big difference between 800 million and 800,000. In fact, it's 1,000 times. And so she made this blender in this book. I don't know who's doing the proofreading and checking on these things, but it did not go from 1.2 billion to 800,000. It did go down to 800 million. And to me, that gross of an error is just, I don't know, it's just inexcusable to me.
I'm not sure what exactly he's referring to in the book, but I'm sure he's wrong. I mean, if we're to trust patterns in history, he's wrong.
to be off by that much. But she makes up for it on page 191. And here she's trying to give a hard time to the Rich DeVos and his wife, who are very well-known. They're both passed now, but they're very well-known Republican supporters. So it says, in April 1997, the Amway caucus came in handy when it helped the company achieve an enormous payday. Rich DeVos and his wife, Helen, each gave the GOP another $500 million. Shortly after, Congress voted through a tax bill with a special provision that would grant Amway a tax break on the profits from its Asian subsidiaries.
By the way, do you guys like better when I have the pyramid background here when I'm reacting to clips, or the blue? Like, normally I just have the solid blue, but I thought, why not put the pyramids? Let me know what you like better.
In the end, Amway got its bill reduced by $283 million. Now, that part, I believe, is accurate, the $283 million. But if you look it up, and she even has footnotes in her book, if you look it up, they did not give $500 million. They gave 1/1000th of that.
Benjamin with a big exclusive secret drop. He says Scott has a cage, a tiny one, that his wife puts on him before she goes to meet me at the library. Nice, Benjamin. What's happening there? I wonder. Of course, they drop all the bingo spots on the day the bingo site is down, right? Scott has residual income tatted on his lower gums. Noah tramp stamp. Hilarious. This is a disaster. Those bingo were how we won our toilet paper. So true. Building fortunes for others. Devon likes the pyramids. No other says neither. Nice. Pyramids, okay. I like the study. Yeah, but I'm talking about for like when I'm reacting to clips. I mean, I could move myself over to the side here and react to clips in here as well, but I don't know. I don't feel like that lends itself to it well.
Which would be $500,000. So they gave 1 million essentially. Not 1 billion, because 500 million each is a billion, right? And so, I mean, she just missed it again by a factor of 1,000. In this case, it was much more. But again, she was making the drama point by putting.
I feel he just has to be wrong, because I feel like that's a way too huge of an error to actually be real.
In this factor of 1,000 error.
And I read through the book with a fine-tooth comb. I even checked references in the book, and you can see the sticky notes that I have. I made a ton of sticky notes, like, to ask questions about, and I interviewed her on the book. So, I mean, and Robert read the book. Robert would have noticed an error.
In her book, it's in print. I'm reading you the book right now. And so, again, between all the lefty stuff, all of the really deep dives into meaningless stuff, and these, just really, really incredible math errors, as far as, because there's not too much dollar signs in this book. There's very little mention of actual dollars in this book. It's mostly just text.
Okay.
To make that gross of an error is really, to me, shocking, especially a major publisher.
I wonder if she got those reference numbers from people like Robert Fitzpatrick, who's not very good with his research. Who knows?
LOL.
It could be, but I mean, this is another interesting thing about this. This is an interesting thing about this book. It's not a criticism. It's kind of a criticism a little bit. It's a new way. I've never seen this way of doing footnotes, Peter. What she does is she has no footnotes in the text of the book. Okay, so as you read the book, there's no footnote numbers. But in the back, what she has is she has the page number from the book that applies to the footnote. In other words, let's say on page 97, just as an example, there might be a half a dozen or more footnotes that are labeled 97. And then the first part of the footnote is in bold, and it's a few words from the text in the book that applies to the footnote. Let me see if I can actually find the example of one of these that I just mentioned. Let me go to page 191 in the footnotes section, and there's going to be several footnotes that are labeled 191. And I have to find the one that talks about, and they're in sequence. So the first one is the first, the one that occurs at the top of the page. So this one, it says reduced by $283 million in bold. And then the actual reference, which, this is what you would normally find in a footnote. It's from Molly Ivins, quote, Congress distributes a tax break to Amway, unquote, for the Fort Worth Star Telegram, August 7th, 1997. So she has the actual source reference and a few words from the book in bold in the back of the book for the footnotes. And I kind of wish she had put the bold in the text of the book as well, because then you would be reading the book and you go, oh, there's a bold. That means footnote. Now I can go look at that if I want to.
I personally didn't have an issue with that when I read the book. I mean, I read the advanced reader copy, which you would think would be not as structured or organized as the final copy, and I never had an issue with that. I'm trying to find an example here where there is a footnote, or like a asterisk or a number above a letter, but I'm not finding one. I'm not sure why that is. I'm sure I saw them before. Also, they gave me a little bookmark in here. Oh, that's nice. Little bookmark, which you can't see because it's green and like the perfect shade of green too to become invisible. And they sent me a nice little letter. The publisher sent me a nice little letter as well. I'm a big fucking deal. I'm a big deal. Let's just keep it 100, right? I never found that issue with the book, and let's see in the actual hardcover copy of the book if there's anything like that. I flipped to a page mentioning Robert Fitzpatrick. Oh, and Doug Brooks and Bruce Craig, and they're talking to they're talking about Bill Ackman, or they're talking to Bill Ackman about Herbalife.
You have to kind of read the book and go, well, that's kind of a claim, so I bet you there's a footnote for it. And I think in most cases there are. I'm not saying because she has a lot of footnotes. I'm not saying she's leaving out footnotes. She might be, though. I don't know. You don't know when there's no clue in the text of the book that there's a footnote to this thing.
A lot of books do that, right?
It's different. I've never seen this before, and I don't particularly like it.
Very true, Aaron Knight. Scott wants to create his own book formatting. Yeah, that's how much he will reach to like create a criticism. Like he'll never be happy,
I think it would be much better if she put the words in bold in the text of the book. So, okay, there's a footnote there. Let me go read that if I want to. And if I don't, I don't have to. Now, I should also comment that Molly Ivins, I'm pretty sure she's dead now, but she was a very well-known Texas and Fort Worth, extremely liberal person. I mean, she was way out there. And so when I read that, I'm like, okay, now I see. And I haven't actually checked that source to verify that the error was actually in the Fort Worth Star Telegram. I'll do that after the show. I'll see if maybe she just, copied the wrong information. But just looking at this thing, you go, wait a second, $500 million each? That's $1 billion. That's a lot of money. Yeah. And these guys are only worth, I say only in quotes, I think around $4 or $5 billion. So would they be giving 20 to 25% of their total wealth to one campaign in 1997? I don't think so. Just looking at it, kind of a common sense point of view, it doesn't make any sense. But I'll review that in the Fort Worth Star Telegram. I'll look that up and see if Molly Ivins got it wrong and she just happened to copy down the wrong number. But I would expect somebody to sort of look at that and go, wait a second, they gave $1 billion and they only got $283 million back. That doesn't seem like a very good investment. It just doesn't wash. But anyway, that's kind of my overall view of this book is if this subject is new to you, you're going to see a lot of facts. In my opinion, a lot of them are just not very meaningful. And it's very left-oriented, lefty. But
I actually didn't find it to have a left-leaning, like an inappropriate or shoehorned-in left lean. It was pretty objective in the way that it pointed out the fact that certain people doing corruption in certain periods of time were Republican or Democrat, or it doesn't even mention that at all. It just mentions like this person, and you know that politician was a Republican, but it's not like emphasized.
It does have a lot of information. I'll give her that. She did a lot of research. She put a lot of facts together, and it's a book. It was produced by.
It's a book. Wow, his review. I'll give her that. It's a book. It's like saying it's the movie of all time. It's the movie of the summer. Actually, even the movie of the summer doesn't work. It's the movie of all time.
Let's see what's it's a well-known publisher here. Trying to think, find it here. I want to say Simon & Schuster. So it says Crown. I don't think that's maybe it's Crown. Okay, it's Crown Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Random House.
Yeah, being against corruption is lefty. LOL. Make it make sense.
They're a very well-known outfit. I think I'll actually, after I verify this this Molly Ivins number, I'll send them an email and say, hey, did you know there's errors in the book? It's, in 2 places it's off by a factor of 1,000, and both of them are really sort of derogatory.
Yeah, his high-level review. It's a book. Amazing.
Amway, right? They're in opposite directions for obvious reasons, but that's the whole book. The whole book is slanted, unfortunately.
Simon and Scheist are so funny. Wow.
And that's the book. But she's getting a lot of press. I'm sure she's going around a lot of libtard stations and getting a lot of attention and all that. So good luck to her to sell her book, I guess.
Yep.
But I don't find it particularly meaningful. In my universe, and I know probably more than most other people, if not all other people.
So humble, if not all other people. Oh, love it. Love you, Scott.
About MLM dynamics, and so I can't expect her to be at my level. I just hope she never heard of me. Put it that way. Because if she hasn't and didn't contact me, that's on her. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, true, Crony Johnny. It's his first non-picture book. Give him a break. So true. Appreciate that. That's very generous of you.
Say about that. So anyway, that's my review, and I guess we're pretty much done here for an hour and a half, Peter.
Yeah. Yep. Well,
hour and a half, motherfucker. This is 2 hours. Took me 4.5 hours to get through it.
It was
He's so jealous, right? She won't respond to him. She's getting a book. I'm blowing up on YouTube again and again and again over the years. Won't respond to him. Or actually, I did respond to him to tell him I didn't want to be on a show, and then just have been dragging them ever since.
It was interviews with people she likes and she knows, so they're always friendly and comfortable interviews. And if you didn't know any better,
That's not true. I didn't know Bridget Reed before they reached out to me to do an interview with her.
I think that she was well educated about this stuff, but she has now whether she's doing it on purpose or by accident, she really fumbles over the difference between pyramid and Ponzi's in some of the descriptions that she uses. And I don't know if it's because she doesn't want to confuse. She's not a stupid person, that's for sure. I don't know if she doesn't want to confuse the people that she's talking to or complicate the exciting radio show that she's having to try to sell more books. But she's good in certain areas, and then she's not so good in other areas.
Again, refusing to take a stance on anything. She's good here. She's not good there. Pro MLM when it's done right. Anti MLM when it's done wrong. Make it make sense.
And for her, it's just a topic. It's not like an emotional thing. She's not going to be like Bill Ackman said. Until the end of time, I'm going to make sure Herbalife is shut down. It's just a book she wrote, and she's going to write another book about something else as well. In essence, she'll encourage other people to write books as well. So she's a big fan of Robert Fitzpatrick. As far as the research that he's done, she gives him lots of praises, and it is what it is. But it's not necessarily anything that's going to make any kind of an impact. So anyway, having said that, but she's got a definite arrogance and bias towards, or against rather, sales and people that go to work for a living. She's definitely more academic than she is blue collar, for sure. So having said that,
it's kind of ironic. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that she's running around trying to sell her book too. She's kind of dissing salespeople, but now she's running around trying to sell her book. So
right.
It's not ironic at all. Pointing out that the supposed salespeople in MLM are actually not salespeople at all. They're just simply victims buying into a scam repeatedly. Is not at all a hypocrisy.
It's just one of those things where you go, okay, you're dissing capitalism, but now you're out there doing the capitalistic thing, selling books, and you're complaining about salespeople being.
He gaslit Peter into thinking it was an hour and a half, so he doesn't have to pay him the extra time for the extra time. Yeah, I guarantee you, Peter is going to email him after and be like, "Sorry, Scott, sorry to tell you, the episode went for 2 hours and 5 minutes, and we need more bandwidth, and I have to purchase more airwaves on the network." So he's just making it up. He's like, "I have to purchase more Wi-Fi internet space, so I'm going to need some more money."
Sort of lowest rung on that.
That's time freedom for you.
Ladder, all of this kind of thing, and here you are running around across the country, maybe other countries, I don't know, selling books. So,
right.
yeah. So anyway, Peter, thanks, and I guess we'll do this again next Saturday. I think next Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, Tanner's going to be on.
Oh, cool.
Who the fuck is Tanner?
I think you had a conversation with him. He's used some AI very fruitfully so far. In his case, he's a recent guest and a guest from a while back. And I think it's going to be next week. He's going to be on talking about how he's using AI in his legal situation right now. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think he talked to you a little bit too about that, right?
I did, yeah. I spoke to him and his girlfriend Samantha, or Sam as he calls her. So they were telling me about what they've been doing, and that was since our last radio show. So he's going to be able to give us some real solid updates on what's going on.
Yes, because he's done the AI thing since he was on the show, looking for more ideas. And yeah, it's going to be a great show next week. I'm pretty sure it's next week that he'll be on. So I'm going to try to sell the podcast here, Peter. I'm not making any money, but I'm still trying to sell it.
Yeah, there you go. There we are. Well, having said that, Scott, thanks for being here. Give them your website one more time.
Yes, Facebook.com/StopTheAmwayToolScam. All kinds of information on there. Websites, YouTube, link to this radio show. The pinned story is about my input to the 2022 FTC request for input on product claims and income claims, and my phone number and email are there. So anyone except for we know who is welcome to contact me.
I'm like Voldemort to these guys. They can't even say my name. Anyone except we know who is welcome to contact me. Facebook.com/stop the Amway tool scam. Oh, look, I'm blocked. I'm blocked on his Facebook. So funny. Let's listen to the outro song.
So thank you, Peter.
Perfect. We'll see everybody next week. Thanks, Scott.
Slowing him down made him sound drunk. Yeah, they just talk that slow.
Let me find it.
If I was playing this on 1x speed, it would take us 6 hours to get through.
Music. Here we go. We're going to catch everybody next week. Thanks, everyone.
Have a good week.
You've been listening to Building Fortunes Radio on buildingfortunesradio.com. Thanks for listening. Be sure to check us out every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for the designated Building Fortunes Radio segment with Peter Mingle. Be sure to check out the buildingfortunesradio.com website for our featured segments. It's been our privilege to have you listen in.
Oh my God. Can you imagine how pissed Scott and Peter will be if I actually go link up with Robert Fitzpatrick in person and do like an in-person interview with him? Oh my God. They will be talking about that video on their show for years to come. But apparently you guys don't want to see the Emperor go to the United States to meet Robert Fitzpatrick because you don't donate the money to fill up the donor goal to maybe do it. Emotionally manipulating my audience. I'm like, oh, apparently you guys hate me. You guys don't want to see mommy go to the United States to interview Robert Fitzpatrick. You know it hurt my feelings when you don't bring me the money on the stream to go see Robert Fitzpatrick. You know what make mommy so sad when you don't give me the money on the stream to go see Robert Fitzpatrick. A serious investigative journalist, everyone. Yeah. Appreciate y'all. Don't do drugs. It's not worth it, you know. We've all seen it. We all know. So appreciate you guys. We did it. Fuck. I did a 4-hour stream last night and a 4.5-hour stream tonight. We'll save the we'll keep the donut goal up there for the next one as well. Bring the cowboy hat back. We'll see. We'll show you what happens. That's definitely possible, Danny. I mean, they constantly reach out to people before I can get to them. And they try to turn them against me and whatever, but it never goes well. All right, well, I appreciate you guys. Good night, goons. Thank you. We'll see you on the next one, of course. And it's been great, as it always is. And alwaysmarketmerch.com, Patreon, if you want to get the new interview with Fidel. Cop that. All right, peace.
Marco.
I took a full load.
Marco.